afternoon, everyone. Well, it's not yet afternoon, still morning. I'm seeing Mrs. Brownbell. Hi, and I know that Dr. White is on as well. Let me just check if I've seen Miss Rodney. I'm not sure. No, I'm not seeing Miss Rodney. Miss Rodney, are you here? Probably using someone else's device. I'm not sure, but I'm not seeing Miss Rodney as yet. But we need to start. We have 1 hour in which to get through today's session. Lovely to see you, Dr. White. All right, great.
Nice.
All right, so this morning's session, we're going to be looking at 3 different areas of research as posited by 3 different researchers in our midst as we await the arrival of Ms. Rodney. So I'm going to jump straight into things. Let me welcome you to this session. We have, as I said, 1 hour. I am asking kindly for you to hold your questions until the end of each presentation. We're going to do it one at a time. So of course, we're going to begin with Dr. White. And after Dr. White's presentation, I will come in and feed any questions that you may have. You have about 10 to 15 minutes owing to the 1 hour period. If we could stick close somewhere mid-range between the 10 to 15 minutes, but I will prompt you. I'll send you a direct message, Dr. White and Mrs. Brownbell, in the chat to indicate that you have about 5 minutes or so to go. We will facilitate questions in about 5 to 10 minutes period after your presentation, and then we move on to the next presenter. We're doing it in the order of Dr. White as indicated in our brochure. We're going to be starting with Dr. White, and then if Ms. Rodney steps in by then, we follow with Ms. Rodney and then move on to Mrs. Brownbell.
Right,
Okay.
may I share my screen though?
Well, I'm going to introduce you first, Doc, if you don't mind,
No problem.
everybody. So we will do that and then we will continue. So let me jump right in and proceed to introduce Dr. White. He is going to be talking to us today about teachers' perceptions of adaptive leadership practices of principals in Jamaican high schools. He was born and raised in the inner city of Kingston, Jamaica, before migrating to Florida as an adult. While serving in the Jamaican military, he attended the Northern Caribbean University, where he received a Bachelor of Science in Counseling, magna cum laude, and a Master of Science in Counseling Psychology with a distinction. After receiving his doctorate in education with a concentration in organizational leadership at Nova, he continued his education with the pursuance of the Master of Public Administration, MPA degree. He has worked as the director in the Safety and Behavioral Management Unit at Excelsior Community College, where he was responsible for the management of discipline, safety, and security on all 5 campuses. In addition, he has worked as adjunct professor at the university level here in Jamaica and as a psychotherapist for children and substance abusers in Florida. He is now well published with 7 books being displayed on Amazon and other bookstore platforms. Dr. White has received a diploma in radio and television broadcasting from the Manly Media School, as he believes in talking for, with, and to the people for empowerment and inspiration. So we await to be empowered and inspired by Dr. White, and I hand over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I must say that it was a privilege serving Excelsior Community College and serving the students there in particular. Let me go into the presentation since I have not much time to do that. I am trying to share my screen here. I'm not sure if it's being shared. Is my screen being shared? If not, let me see something here. Okay, fine. Okay, I guess it is being shared now. All right, I suspect that you're all hearing me, and I'm going to be talking to you in 15 minutes about research that was done recently, 2021. Are you all hearing me? I suspect that can somebody acknowledge?
Seeing and hearing you clearly, Dr. White, but if you want to go on the full screen, if you want to click on that icon to open up your presentation.
Just to get it up here. Okay, cool. Seems like it's there. All right, so I'm going to be talking to you about teachers' perception of adaptive leadership practices of principals in Jamaican high school. I have done research with 2 high schools, one traditional high school, one non-traditional high school. You understand the concept there. But the practice of mobilizing people to tackle tough challenges is basically the essence of adaptive leadership and adjusting, helping them to adjust to their unrealistic expectation rather than trying to satisfy them as if the situation were amendable primarily through technical remedies. And technical remedies speaks to the textbook sort of thing, which is sort of the lower loop problem solving procedure. Adaptive leaders really engage followers in identifying important elements to preserve the institution's heritage, Excelsior heritage, and to be specific, and to build a culture where diverse views are relevant and not only the views of top management in the institution. It's really about who may feel incompetent, try to bring them on board because they have their story to tell as well. And if you're an adaptive leader, you will recognize that. But I want to further conceptualize quickly that technical leadership focuses on problem solving in a first order sort of way, and adaptive leadership is more extensive and look at problem solving beyond that. And that's what the research is about. But there are problems. Jamaican high school, as the lecture will tell you, and colleges would be forced to interact with social and cultural changes as the environment changes. COVID actually speaks to that, and principals may ignore adaptive challenges and continue to lead through technical leadership, and that is not good for the institution and institutional growth. Adaptive leadership models should be employed for institutional growth, as we have said, and it's so critical. But the purpose of the research was to basically engage principals, letting them understand, engage the governmental agencies in Jamaica and other countries, even here in the United States, where I'm talking to you from in Florida, that to look at adaptive leadership as it relates to the growth of organizations, institutional, educational institutions around the world. There are three questions that I looked at, basically. To what extent are teachers, educators motivated and mobilized in response to environmental changes around them, external and internal environment of the institution, and what are the constraints and enablers faced by principals, leaders in these institutions to motivate and mobilize teachers in response to these changes. And final question was, what are the indicators that adaptive leadership practices are being employed within your institution? And indeed, it's relevant as it relates to administrators and others, and the rationale as it relates to the growth of institution as the institution goes through changes in the environment. But let's just tell you about the fact that environmental change is experienced by schools in rural parts of Jamaica, and the critical role played by principals in ensuring institutional growth through adaptive leadership is very important, Miller will tell you. And it is suggested that teachers' perception of principal leadership practices can affect the teacher's performance, and that is without saying. And found that the principal leadership style may influence school capacity and students' learning gains. So the students will perform better based on the principal leadership style. The principal has a lot to hold there in the institution. And indeed, it will cause deficiencies in leadership competence if the principal has not looked at that. You can look at the Run Change Agent study in your own time that also speaks to what's going on. And later on, you can go on Amazon and look further for this study in book form, Adaptive School Leadership by Dr. Canute White. But I've used 12 teachers and 6 administrators from both schools to deal with this study. Okay, let's look a bit on the findings now, though. For the external changes faced by the non-traditional high school and the traditional high school, you see there the non-traditional high school where it includes poverty, community crime, and the disputes, and also the economic condition faced by teachers. The non-traditional high school, while the teachers are qualified as it relates to academical qualification, the traditional high school seems to attract the best teachers and more so those of the upper class upper class persons, and we realize that as it relates. And you can apply this to community colleges as well. But the internal challenges facing these schools for the non-traditional high school, learning disabilities among students, teachers' inability to deal with these learning disabilities, and for the traditional high school also include teachers not readily accepting changes, personal issues with colleagues. The conflict continue because when you find that a group involved, there will be conflict, there will be challenges as it relates to you relate. But for the non-traditional high school, in terms of lack of resources, you will see there where one person said it, there was nothing that is looking at, there is nobody that is looking at it, where the government is expecting you to perform, the ministry is expecting you to perform. Many of them don't even give you anything. So that's one of the challenges faced in the non-traditional high school as it relates to internal and the traditional high school personal issues. In addition to the leadership style with administrators, people also have issues with middle managers. They have issues with them colleagues. And of course, that will affect how we perform in the day-to-day activities of the school. So it goes back to the performance and it relates to leadership. And leaders should look at these things if they want the institution to grow and the students to learn. Because if teachers are having challenges, educators are having challenges, they are not mobilized, they are not motivated, then there will be challenges in the classroom, even in the community college, and that need to be considered. And again, as it relates to motivating and mobilizing response to environmental adaptive changes, the non-traditional high school, we found that some teachers take the easy way out in response to changes based on lack of mobilization from the leaders. So they just say, okay, let's do our thing, because people seem to be showing their enough. Because according to one teacher, costs more time when the problem arises, and we try to go through the channel, the persons who are in leadership, they throw up their hands, yeah, and say, okay, fine. So teachers at times say, okay, let's do it our way. Let's do it our way. And that's one of the challenge. But to what extent are teachers motivated, mobilized? Teachers, we also found in the traditional high school, teachers were used by the institution to teach other teachers from the institution about special education, as seen from the leader's lens. One participant said that in terms of the problem they face in the classroom, the main one would have been the teaching and learning focus on it mainly. But I want to go into the overall finding now as I try to wrap up a bit. But the overall finding, teachers' mobilization in the non-traditional high school was not practical because of principals and preparedness, and teachers were not adequately mobilized in the traditional high school. Trust and resistance to change were among the constraints to mobilizing teachers in the non-traditional high school. Appreciative gestures were enabled, as in in non-traditional high school, while trust issues and teachers' personality were constrained in the traditional high school, with practices of appreciation and charismatic leadership being among its enablers. And for C, motivation was limited in the non-traditional high school because of the teacher's dissatisfaction and absenteeism, but monetary motivation was more important in traditional high school. It is likely that the traditional high school would have less difficulty executing adaptive leadership based on the research than the non-traditional high school. Quickly, participant perceptive of adaptive leadership. Yes, for the non-traditional high school, they understand it as adaptive leadership basically has to do with. And I am going to say this according to one participant, how the leadership style of teachers and administration help only the teachers to adapt to changes, as we have said. And for the non-traditional high school, one participant sees adaptive leadership as you were looking at adaptive leadership in my own way. I see adaptive leadership as a way to go because there is no one leadership style that is going to work in any situation. And we understand that. And to conclude, no extensive policy-oriented practice of adaptive leadership in either institution, category of institution of leadership style practice was not considered or named by any of the participants as adaptive leadership. Perhaps it was practiced, but it's not named. There wasn't any tangible documentation of that going on there. Responsiveness to the idea of practicing adaptive leadership in the institution. They really respond to it and understand the concept. And elements of adaptive leadership apparently exist, but need to be identified and institutionalized, hence becoming named and so on. Based on evidence, it is highly likely that the traditional high school in Jamaica would have less difficulty executing the concept of adaptive leadership, as it has fewer constraints than the non-traditional high school. Attempt to mobilize teachers are apparently different in both categories. As such, it may also be concluded that the traditional high school is more likely to grow and develop in challenging environment than the non-traditional high school. So that is, I think I have more time. I think so. So let's go through this. Some leaders need to be trained in behavioral sciences. That's the general recommendation of some of the participants. Leaders should build on the institution and the institutional competence, and also find out what motivates each teacher, motivate them to respond to challenges, use their motivated peers to assist in the motivational effort, and place more focus on identifying strengths of teachers, place them in groups that can assist in the challenging areas. And it's important to express appreciation, not only issue memos, right? And middle of the school term, they need to have developmental activities, as it is suggested that, because teachers would know used to persons, new students and so on, and yet they have their growth with and they understand know what here they need to develop. And my recommendation is that we need to conduct a professional SWOT analysis once every 2 years in educational institutions. Jones 2005 considered that as very important, and also to enhance institutional trust level, because that is critical, and occasionally interview students in order to identify new challenges within the community, within the family, and within the school, and generate solutions. And mega managers such as HODs, supervisors, and so I must identify emerging challenges and make solutions possible. Conduct periodical departmental and grade seminars, workshop to improve teachers. And that is my presentation. I might be able to take some questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wise. You really, I'm always reminded that military persons remain military persons, because you really kept to the time. Thank you so much. Okay, we now open for questions, whether by showing of hands, raise of hands, or in the chat. We can feed the question straight to Dr. White. Great, Mr. Mark Odeen's hand is up. Please proceed, Mr. Odeen.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wright, for sharing your presentation. Just a quick question. I'm curious to know if you had explored what aspects of the curriculum or learning experience that the NCEL College offers for developing teachers and principals, if anything is in that to address some of these gaps or challenges you'd have identified in your research.
No, because I really look at the high school. I suspect that you're talking about colleges and universities, but that's one of the things that I'd like to look at in terms of applying the research to those institutions. But I have not done so yet. But many of the things that I have found in this research could be applied to colleges, the college level, as it relates to the trust issues that some of these educators are seeing, and that prevent them from growing and from helping students to perform well. So a number of things can be applied to that level, right? But I intend to further replicate it to colleges.
Yeah, man, I get that. But what I meant was the leadership development program that is offered by the government through that specific school. I was curious to know whether or not you've explored if it addresses some of those things, because that's where the principals go to be trained. And so that would be a prime place to sort of share those lessons.
Okay.
As a central
I got you. While doing the research, I thought about that. There was this new program, I think it's at Mind in Papine. I'm not sure if it's still there, but yes, I thought about, in sort of getting this to them, because that is critical. So yes, I have explored that in my mind, but it's yet to do that because, yeah, but it's critical.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Any other question? Okay, just to close with Dr. White, I would like to share a question because I found the presentation very interesting, because most of what you shared with us, Dr. White, really has a psychological pinning nearly every aspect, whether you are the traditional high school or the non-traditional high school. There is definitely a psychosocial underpinning in all the threads that you mentioned. What I found, there are so many things that I could ask about, but let me try and pinpoint one thing that I had made a note of. The SWOT analysis I found very interesting, because a lot of the educational system, institutions, seem to look at doing a SWOT analysis more in line with a management perspective, rather than looking at the teaching and learning experience, because I think that is where now that SWOT analysis can guide the institution to further help in the nurturing of its staff, not just students, because you have to equip staff to assist with the nurturing of the students and what is being experienced now. So I think it's a very good take-home point, because I find that the SWOT analysis approach is strictly more of the management aspect and not really going down to the T of the teaching and learning experience. Yeah. Dr. White, I thank you so much. There is so much more that we could really talk about. I made quite a few jottings here, but we will keep that for another time.
Yeah, you can contact me anytime, send me an email, wradio668@gmail.com, and ask your question and I will try to answer.
Patricia Rodney, will be talking to us today about a pandemic practicum, which is what we really need to hear a lot about because we're still experiencing all of this. Some of us, even at the college here, just ended another semester of teaching online. And her presentation is a pandemic practicum, a description of the year for student teachers practicum experience in the years 2020, 2021, and 2022. Right? And Miss Rodney has over 30 years of experience. She's currently employed as a lecturer in the Department of Professional Studies at the Michael University College. She holds an MSc in Educational Leadership from Central Connecticut University. And she is also a past student of St. Joseph's Teachers College, so her background is rich. Currently pursuing a PhD in Educational Leadership at Northern Caribbean University. She engages in moderating and hosting spiritual, academic, and social events, as well as participates in online reviews of literary pieces. So, Ms. Rodney, welcome, and I'm going to stop sharing and you can jump right in.
Thank you so much. So let me get my document up for sharing. Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. I am enthused to be a part of this panel to share. I think I should probably try to go into this mode for sharing and hopefully, okay, I should write. And my screen is being seen by everyone. Is that so? And you're hearing me clearly, I suspect?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. And I am excited to be a part of this process where we are just reflecting on the whole process of the pandemic and its impact on education, the concept of resilience, and seeing how best we have not completed the process, but are going through this experience. And it is interesting that I am following on a presentation that looked at the current system with the educators in the high school. And I came in just a little bit late because I was in the initial setting and then I transferred. So I didn't get the topic that was explored, but I got the mid section of it. And I can see the relationship because in this, that here I am looking at what happens before the teachers are certified and are in the classroom. So here I am looking at this research, and as you would have seen before, a description of the year for student teachers practicum experience in a selected institution, which, as we know, it began in years 2020, it began in 2020, continued to 2021, and we are now in the process of completing the third practicum since the pandemic. And so I'm seeking to provide you with an overview of the context and the background information. I'm going to go through that quickly and to identify who are the participants and to give you up to this point what has been explored because it's a work in progress. And so it is, this research is qualitative in nature, focusing on a single case, as I said, in a specified institution. And I am attempting to describe the phenomenon and to present to you the representatives of the cohort of 2020, 2021, and 2022, and how they experience this practicum, the processes, as opposed to the position of being wherein seasoned teachers had their own challenges. What was it like for them? How have they gone through the process? And so the practicum experience, as it is in doing this research, is providing a gap in telling the story as they experience it. Because when I was searching, I couldn't find any details about anything that has been published about practicum. And most of us as educators, we have gone through practicum, but we experience it and we can talk about it after. And we talk about how threatening it was or how challenging or how we found fun in it. But the documentation is not there. So this is seeking to look at what, when, where, and how, because this needs to be captured. And the data collection methodology, interviews, documents, review, observation, survey. Thus far, apart from doing the survey, which is the main instrument I'll be looking at today, I've had one-on-one interviews to just capture some of the feelings, and that shaped how I guided the questionnaire that was done the survey that was done in order to capture what it was like for those who experienced it. And of course, as I said here, the data source, the survey, and the collection process was online, of course, pandemic context. And I use email, WhatsApp, and individual groups or personal, sending it to personal WhatsApp processes and through email in order to capture the information. And of course, I used Qualtrics, and it became an effective method of collecting the data. It was introduced to me recently, and I found that it was very good in capturing the details. And so as I went on with the process, I identified that, okay, the student teachers, they in essence engage in a 4-year training because they are moving towards being certified with what we call a bachelor in education, whether it is in primary education, secondary education, and their specialization for the secondary, whether it is in geography or language and literature, language and literacy, or as it were, varying other processes that they encounter. And it moves towards qualification. The practicum process is not singular. So they have a 2nd and 3rd year process of observation, and they go through those in the 2nd and 3rd year. And in the 4th year, pre-COVID, it was a 3-month school engagement that they encountered. Now, they are supervised, and then there's the external assessment. So if there's anybody in here who doesn't know exactly what it is like, or you're tangentially related to it, this would give you an idea what it is like. And so it is in the current perspective of the impact of COVID. What was it like? Could we have halted the process and say it's COVID, so we're not going on with it? No. So it had to reflect the theme of sustainability. And so the research process that we are engaging today is really looking at the system of what was done, how was it done, how do we continue, is there resilience, how do we cope? And so it was that the educators in training had to be qualified. And pre-COVID, they would go on a 3-month immersion, January to March in the schools. But in January 2020, when they were already in the process, March created a transition, COVID hit. And so it was extended to May. In September, when we resumed for school, during the summer, there was discussion. What will it look like? Can we still do it in 3 months? How will we adapt to the impact of COVID? And so it was the discussion and the analysis said we have to do a 1-year process because everybody was testing and determining how do we cope with the education? How do we transform? How do we adapt to what is happening? And so the students in the year, September to May, that is September 2020 to May 2021, they did a year-long practicum. They were doing the year-long practicum while doing their other courses, whereas prior to this, you would have completed your courses for the most part, and you would be on practicum. January to April 2022, we went back to the 1 semester process. And so just about now, they are closing out the practicum experience. So what happened is that COVID impacted the iterations and the design had to be shifted in order to meet the challenges. Why? The purpose towards building professional relationships during the practicum for teacher preparation. And so you would have identified that those involved are stakeholders, the teachers, the supervisors, the coaches, who are the assessors in practicum, and then the external assessors, the cooperating teachers, the principals, the school which could accommodate, and the support staff. And so it's an interactive process between all the stakeholders. And the reflective practicum, as it occurs in the institution identified is one wherein there is a process of self-knowledge. The teacher, student teacher is in the role of a decision maker. They have to research, they have to record, and they have to use all the processes that they have been trained to use for reflection in order to determine how am I managing, am I successful in my process? Am I being skillful, not just by mere doing, or am I using literature to guide how I do? And so the practicum is teaching as a research process. And they're required to develop the skill of research and to gain skills and competence and knowledge. And so it is that, as we said, because of the impact of practicum, of COVID rather, the assessment period changed. Now, we knew they were face-to-face in January up to March 8th. And the immediate shift was to accommodate them online. Therefore, there was a 1-month extension. And although it should have concluded in April, they went down into May. So now it is, they had to be transforming. How do I communicate, teach, assess online? They were now learning about the new modalities and platforms. And the student teachers were exposed to all kinds of circumstances that they were not prior to in respect of delivery. But one of the benefits that the students or the participants that I use for this research is that they had been exposed to at least one course using Moodle. And so they use that prior knowledge to help them to shift into using online modalities for teaching. Did they know everything? No. And so the research questions in the survey, or rather the questions in the survey, guided the understanding and the interpretation of how did they deal with it. So we had timeline shifts for the assessments, timeline for producing documents that they were required to produce, and the assessment modalities changed because for those students, they had to create in their own environment a classroom, and the assessors came into on the platform that was available. And we would have known that there were several platforms. We used, some persons were using, I'll get back to it when it is clear, because in the research, I just identify that there were varied modalities that were being used. And so it is that trying to navigate themselves around that, and some were using Zoom for the assessment, or the schools had their own platform, Schoology, and some others, they were now using these for the assessment, and they had to create the environment and be assessed. That can be challenging. And that went on for the period. But the 2021-2022 process was somewhat shifting for them. So, or did I jump over 2020 to 21? That was a year long. Oh, I skipped my page. This now was a year long. And this detail tells us that they were doing other courses, action learning component to the practicum. They were completing their research in the process. Those who were in the Department of Psychology and Counseling, they had their extended field practices. So COVID impacted, as I said, the iteration, the nuances of the varying groups and the individuals who were in the process. And so a part of the responsibilities of those who were guiding the process was to review and to determine the changes. All right. And so 2021-2022 is somewhat different because it went back to a single semester, which is from January up to this period where they're closing out. And so the change in this now was somewhat different. First, it was being face-to-face to online, then fully online. Now it was being online and the shift to face-to-face. So each year had its own nuances because some of them were going through the hybrid processes of teaching. And so the impact created all kinds of changes and experiences for those who were involved in it. All right. And so, as I said, the COVID, I, as a researcher, being an assessor who at one stage was a supervisor, now being involved in it from only the assessment process, identified what was happening. I'm aware of it because I'm seeing it. It prompted my interest to say, let's find out what happened. So when the call for paper came out, this said, this could be explored. It impacted my interest. All right. And so it is. I'm just going to show you a brief of what it looked like in terms of organization of the questions for the survey. The broad perspective questions were questions 1 to 6. Preparation for the experience, questions 7 to 13. So I was asking them, how were they prepared? What did they know before? And the responses came. Then support for the experience, questions 14 to 19. Challenges during the experience, and emotional and social encounter, questions 25 to 27. And so in doing the survey, I got these kinds of reports, also using the graphs, which identify the details of first question we had, in which year did you complete it? Overall, I had 43 participants. And if I slide to the other page, you would see the numbers. So 7 participants for 2020, 12 and 24 for 2022. Total of 43 participants. Continued throughout with all of that. This question, did you begin the practicum process face-to-face / physical or virtual? And the responses came with the total 43. All right. I'm just slipping through those and looking at the questions that we have there. Was your practicum fully online? And so I got the responses. 17 fully online, 26 using the cross modalities. All right, these are, which of the practicum modalities did you experience? And the using Qualtrics, it also gave us these details. Now, I am not the expert at using the quantitative modality, but I got information because of the design I used. Okay. And then here we are going through with the details. I can move quickly because I know my time should be winding down shortly. All right. These are asking them, if you experience it, what was your response? And you notice the questions allow them to say if they embraced it, or partially embrace it, or did they find it traumatic? And we can see the responses here. And they were permitted in some cases to select more than one responses. All right. Now, sometimes one of the things we fail to recognize that the persons were pushed into this process, but did they have the material to work with, the necessary computer? And we had 2 persons who said they didn't have a computer to work with. 41 said they had. But something I discovered through interview, not everybody owned it personally. Sometimes they were using, so they may have had access to it, but it wasn't owned. All right. All right. Do you have access? Okay. And I'm moving through. Now, I wanted to know about the preparation. And so this is what the devices that they used. We have the information there. We'll move through. Were you terrified about the modality? And we got varying responses. I was terrified, I was open, and I was comfortable. All right, let's move. Some were not familiar, slightly familiar, moderately familiar, very familiar, extremely familiar. Again, it's going to impact how people responded and made use of it. All right. And we were looking at the platforms used. This is what I was trying to remember earlier: Google Classroom, Zoom, WhatsApp, Skype, Schoology. And we see the responses and realize that Google Classroom was, they made use of it, 37 of the total number of persons. But what we need to know is that though they may have used Google Classroom, some posted assignment in WhatsApp, so they were crossing the modalities they were using. All right, so one thing I know is that the process required adaptation. What was available? How were you managing? And then we needed to find out funding for the for their online services, whether they had it at home prior to, or was it available through support from family or self, or did they get academic support? And you're seeing the responses. One person said funding from the Ministry of Education and internet providers. So there were shifts and turns in order to manage the process. All right, trying to get through quickly. The academic institution. All right, let's see. How would you categorize the training? And that was important. They said adequate, there was inadequate. And therefore, I would want to think that that impacted how they performed. All right. Did you achieve competence? We got from the numbers who responded, no, 6 persons, 37, yes. So at least resilience, change, sustainability, that would have been affected. All right. And we were talking now about the online process of the technical support. And all of us have encountered the experience of being online, losing connectivity, and using your systems that were slow or updated. All of these were important and relevant questions to be asked. All right. And there we have the response. How did you feel? Were you frustrated? And we got the responses. Yes. High level of frustration. No. And so there was a question. All right. Have I jumped back a bit too far? My things seem to be all right. All right, just think I did that.
Okay, Ms. Rodney, I'm sorry to cut in now, but is there any other slide that you think is pertinent that we can just go over quickly? Because
all right, so I'll just wrap up here and tell you that the process is ongoing. All right, I told you about that. And so the rich data that was retrieved from using the methodology, the survey. And of course, what I would like to leave with us is that it's a fulsome process. The description needs to be explored more. We can't leave it here. So I know I'm going to continue with this, and it gives the scope for further exploration. And of course, I'm looking at the processes that are necessary for analyzing the data right here. And I was identifying that it's a unique experience, and out of it, the participants' greater preparation to face challenges and changes in the education system, the acquisition of new skills, and the evidence of resilience and sustainability. That for me is important to where we are and what is happening in the process, and understanding the education and the response to COVID and its impact on teachers in training, ultimately towards them acquiring their certification. We could not stop the process. We had to be responding to the situation, creative. And for that reason, I think this research is important to interpreting what happened, describing it, telling the story, and empowering those who would have gone through it. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Rodney. We appreciate your findings. And are there any questions for Ms. Rodney before we close off this part of the session and move straight into Mrs. Brown-Bell's presentation? Any questions? Okay, just one from me, Ms. Rodney. The high level of frustration that you reported,
yes,
was that specific? Just a clarification, because I could have missed it earlier. Was it related to using the platform, or was it just a general feeling? Because I know you had to deal with the students themselves who would have been frustrated.
Yes.
So what specifically was the frustration related to?
The question asked was about using the platform and in respect of losing service. So that was the thread of the questioning at that point in time.
Okay.
Were you frustrated when you lost service and, you know, being online and not being able to continue your classes? Because a question which followed that was, when you lost connectivity, how did you feel about it? Were you happy for a break? did you accept that or were you feel that, oh, I lost my opportunity to relate to my students?
Student of the Excelsior Community College School of Engineering, Logistics and the Built Environment, Selby campus. I decided to give myself a birthday gift in 2017 by enrolling in the Excelsior Community College Automobile Repairs and Engineering program to attain an Applied Science Associate degree. This decision to enroll as an automobile repairs and engineering student has allowed me to gain a wealth of knowledge and experience that causes me to be well-rounded in my profession. There are several courses that are being, or programs that are being offered at the School of Engineering, Logistics and the Built Environment. These include construction and architectural engineering, occupational renewable energy, engineering, and electrical engineering. Today, I am a certified automobile technician, proficient in advanced diagnostic, AC servicing and repairs, and also general servicing and repairs. The atmosphere at Selby was one of harmony and very student-friendly. I therefore encourage anyone interested in engineering, join us at the Excelsior Community College. Here we have also an auto diagnostic center. This was started in 2019, November to the exact 2019. This was implemented as a mean by which the students can by which the students are able to get more hands-on experience. So what we do here, the automotive repairs and engineering program is offered here, where we do engine system, AC servicing and repairs, onboard diagnostic, advanced diagnostics, and such alike. So what we do, we offer all these services here at the School of Engineering, Logistics and the Built Environment, Selby campus at Excelsior Community College. So we have an auto diagnostic center where we offer onboard diagnostic tests. We do general servicing and repairs. We do AC servicing. We do troubleshooting, parts replacement, motor vehicle inspection. These are all the services that we offer to anyone that want to come and have their vehicle fixed by us. When you come, you will actually have an environment. It's very customer friendly. You'll meet Mr. Gard and the other staff. You will actually meet the students, and you will actually provide an opportunity for students to get hands-on experience on your vehicle. You don't need to worry about your vehicle getting damaged, because the experts are here to guide them in conducting any inspection or repairs on your vehicle. So come on over to Excelsior and get your vehicle repaired with us.
Now, Mrs. Brown-Bell is a nursing educator and registered general nurse at the Hugh Winter Fertility Management Unit at the University of the West Indies. She is an active associate in a health consulting firm, and she is a certified change management agent. Her teaching philosophy is learning is a multifaceted journey that should be experienced and not endured. Excellent words. And we now open the floor to Mrs. Brown-Bell.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to be presenting today. Let me just share my screen. Okay, is everyone seeing the screen?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Okay, great. Okay, so hello again, everyone. I'm pleased to be presenting today. And basically, being a clinician at this facility, I have interacted with nursing students over a period of 5 years. And since the COVID-19 pandemic, I realized that there were gaps in their practice. And so this prompted me to do this, I'd call it a pilot study, to really reveal or to uncover how nursing educators adapted their lesson content, to meet the needs of the time. And therefore, my study that I'll be presenting on today is content adaptation preparedness among nursing educators in the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so what is adaptation? Adaptation is the process of taking existing content and making it suitable for new use. For this study, I looked at content adaptation techniques that were applicable in nursing education. These techniques are encapsulated in the mnemonic SCAMPER, where the educators substitute, modify, put to other use, eliminate, or reverse lesson content to suit the space in which they operate. The institution in question, like many learning institutions around the world, were primarily rooted in face-to-face teaching and learning prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. The mode of transition and characteristic lethality of the virus prompted the need for social distancing, work from home orders, and most significantly, remote learning. This rapid transition plunged the primary stakeholders in the education system into forced readjustments, causing major displacement for both students and educators alike, as the learning activities which were designed for face-to-face teaching and learning had to be adapted to the online space. Now, nursing educators are the gatekeepers of the profession. They equip nursing students to fulfill core competencies, to maintain a high professional standard for quality healthcare, and 3, help maintain a thriving healthcare system. Now, in light of the core functions and rules of nursing educators, the challenges associated with this transition to online teaching and learning were, as we could anticipate, achieving learning outcomes designed for face-to-face teaching and learning, adapting content delivery to ensure the realization of course objectives and outcomes, and also maintaining uniformity in the caliber of nursing students being trained. All of these challenges threaten the fabric of the nursing fraternity. Henceforth, the nursing educators often complained that the mode of teaching was ineffective for practical professions such as nursing. And basically, this is why I decided to look at what was their knowledge on the various strategies that were available to be applied to the online space to ensure that the learning gaps were minimized or that there were no learning gaps at all. Okay, so the aim was, the survey was conducted among nursing educators at a nursing school in Jamaica to determine their knowledge on lesson adaptation tools for the remote learning environment. Okay, so my methodology. Participants were recruited by using the convenience sampling technique and were invited via email. A pre-test was done to assess their knowledge on lesson content adaptation strategies, followed by a teaching workshop on how to improve the remote teaching and learning environment, and this was conducted via Zoom. the workshop, that is. The workshop covered various technological solutions and strategies such as voice-threaded technology, animation, Padlet, which is a software, and Socrative, which is also a technological solution to be used in the online space. A post-test in the form of a questionnaire on the aforementioned strategies was completed, and the test assessed not only their knowledge of the strategies and tools and technologies, but it also tested their application of the knowledge that they garnered in the workshop. The post-teaching results were compared to the pre-teaching results, and the data was tallied in the Google Documents application based on the responses that were given. Okay, so the results. 10 educators responded in the affirmative and completed the questionnaire. 100% of the participants perceived students' performance to be poor. Only 50% of the participants were aware of a maximum of 2 technological solutions. So 80% of the participants only used discussion boards to enhance the online teaching and learning experience, while only 10% of the respondents used the pre-recorded simulations as a substitute for live simulations, and another 10% only utilized YouTube videos. The post-teaching analysis revealed that 80% of the participants, after being a part of the workshop, could list, explain, and also apply at least a minimum of 4 strategies that could be used to improve the online teaching and learning experience. 10% could expound on at least 2 to 3 strategies and give their application in scenarios. And another 10% could only expound on at least a minimum of 1 strategy that can be used to improve the online teaching learning experience. Now, this project was not only intended to highlight the pitfalls, but also to provide solutions with the development of a reference tool for the day-to-day activities. The study showed that all participants perceived the students' performance to be poor and believed that students were unassertive in managing the change. These perceptions highlighted students' obligations and role in the learning process, but paled in acknowledging how educators' methods could have adapted to the negative feedback. The study also revealed that nursing educators were unaware of the tools available to enhance the teaching learning experience. It is important to note that the poor performance of students was also happening in an environment where there was ignorance of various strategies, which could have impacted students' learning outcomes. A key part of the nursing process is evaluation, not only to evaluate the students, but also the interventions of educators, which will have had an impact on students' learning outcomes. If a more holistic approach was taken in the evaluation, improved student learning outcomes may have been realized. The workshop served as an enlightening and reorientation tool for the participants, as the post-teaching evaluation revealed vast improvements in the knowledge about lesson content adaptation strategies. My recommendations for the future and to mitigate against continuation of this problem is that nursing educators can be enrolled or participate in workshops to keep them on the cutting edge. Also, there needs to be investment in software and equipment to ensure that nursing educators are equipped with the tools that they need to enhance the online teaching and learning experience of students, and also that course objectives The school's visions, missions, and goals can be realized when student learning outcomes are realized. Now, the limitations, the sample size was too small for the findings to be generalized. Also, test scores and student satisfaction surveys could have strengthened the study. In conclusion, educators were ignorant of adaptation strategies suitable for online learning. However, that improved with content adaptation training. Therefore, further assessment and ongoing training of educators is necessary. These are my references. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Brown-Bell. A lot to talk about, and I am now opening the floor for questions. One.
Mark, again,
Yes.
I thank for sharing that study, very important, to sort of balance out both teaching and learning. It's not just the learning outcomes happening on their own, but the teaching interventions certainly play a big role. And what I'd like to know, though, is your perspective on creating an adaptation readiness assessment that could help not just nursing education, but nursing educators, but them in particular, to sort of assess their own awareness and preparedness, as you put it, to optimize their teaching delivery.
You're asking about a tool?
Yes, what do you think about a tool like that, so that they could assess themselves and perhaps try to help themselves to better adapt their strategies to teaching?
Right. I strongly agree with that, an assessment tool, because students we cannot only hold students responsible for their learning. We have to evaluate ourselves as educators to ensure that we are hitting the mark and that we remain on the cutting edge. So for example, an assessment tool can be formulated and implemented, and this could be done, I would say annually, but that is probably too long, because you'd want to assess in the semester or while it is going, while they are in the course, to ensure that these pitfalls or gaps are not realized after examination results have come up. But we want to mitigate against poor results and failure and ultimate incompetence in their profession. So a tool can be used where it can be done every month or every 2-3 months, so that we can know where we're at as educators and what we need to do. Also, to find out if we need further training on these strategies and technological solutions.
Brilliant, thank you for that. And I think that's so important, because often we look at the assessments as judgment, but they are very useful in figuring out how we can continue to learn and improve that teaching and learning process for students.
That's right, because we're not perfect, and we must be open to critique so that we can improve.
All right, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Well said, Mrs. Brown-Bell, and I'd like to further add to this discussion that your findings, not only on an individual level in terms of what do I need to do to be a better facilitator for my students and how to adapt and how to equip myself with more tools, but it also guides the institution towards looking at curriculum change and creating new programs, which Excelsa is currently looking at in terms of helping persons to hone in on these online skills, which are really the forward movement of where we are now in education. COVID has really allowed us to come to this realization very early, or earlier than we had anticipated, but I mean, these findings really are even further testimony to where we are driving ourselves at the college, you know, in terms of curriculum development. So it's really a far-reaching thing. And although, as you indicated, it's not to extrapolate, I think we could, to some extent, even pull it from outside of the nursing experience, because that experience is so rich with practical based skill sets that are also needed by the students. And how do we channel that through an online setting is something that we really need to look at for all students really across the board, because even our males, we know, tend to adapt better to something that they can see, and the whole visual and touch and feel aspect of things. So I thank you so much for that, because it really is something that we can extrapolate from. And everyone, we further thank our previous presenters, and this has been, sure.
Okay, just to add to what you were saying, because you were speaking about Excelsior and what you plan to do. A part of my study looked at the needs assessment for students based on their year group. And I think this is particularly important because, for example, a fourth-year student would be more mature than one who is coming fresh out of high school in first year. And so the online content adaptation would have to mirror the different levels of maturity. And so a needs assessment is needed before we can say, okay, we just blanket everybody, paint them with one brush to say, okay, these are the strategies, these are the technological solutions. But what really do our students need at each level? So each educator would need to assess their class to see where can we meet these students? You know, what kind of technological solutions do they need? For example, Padlet, that's a solution that there is interaction between the lecturer and the students on a canvas. And so they can basically, all their ideas, have them addressed in an informal way by the lecturer. And this is a way for the lecturer to understand where the students' brains are at, what are they thinking, and that could probably be applied to a first-year student more so than also for a fourth-year student, but really you want to engage those who are less mature.
Fully agree. I fully agree with that. And even from my own experience, I also think that getting them involved in creating the tools, getting the students themselves involved in creating those tools can have far-reaching impact, you know. So while we're online, for instance, last semester or the semester before that, we can now go into the lab setting and have our institution, say, videotape our students in action, get them more involved and hands-on, that we can even use those same tools now in our online teaching at the future years to come. So, because there is actually a lack in these types of things, and may I add, sadly, a lack in our own cultural setting. So, you know, how do I relate certain things to my young, beautiful Black woman? And there's nothing out there related to our young, beautiful Black women. When you go on YouTube and you're searching for certain things, you are so lucky if you do find a person of color that can explain things. And that's another branch of research that we really need to look into. So I think that you have started a really sound discussion in terms of changing the game and how we're going to approach things for the future. And I really commend you. And I hope that there is more to come out of this. Keep putting your layers on it, because
it's a body of work. That's a
yes, definitely so. Definitely so. And it is a beautiful way to end our discussion, everyone. And I thank you all for taking the time to be here. It really was full of depth, full of further discussions that we need to have together when we do leave this setting. And I thank you on behalf of the institution. I thank you on behalf of the research unit here at Excelsior Community College. And I wish for you continued success in all your research. And please hurry up and publish so that we can read everything that you have and see how we can continue to change the education platform together. All the best, everyone here. And I'm going to end shortly if there's no other comment anybody wishes to make. All right, well, I will close off now. All the best, everyone. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Brown. I am a student at Excelsior Community College pursuing the master's program. Research for me actually helped us as students to find answers to questions that are unknown, filling gaps and enhancing our knowledge to complete various assignments in this master's program. So far, my experience of completing the program has been challenging but fulfilling. I therefore encourage others to pursue this wonderful program.
Hi, I'm Crystal Lennon and I'm a final year student in the Project Management Master's program here at Excelsior Community College. Being a part of the program, it has challenged me to come out of my comfort zone. It has also motivated me to become a more critical thinker. I'm happy to be on the last leg of this program. I've really evolved and I recommend anyone to join the master's program here at Excelsior Community College.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session. We have three presenters for this session. The first would be Mrs. Suzette Morrison Curtis and Mr. Odvar Clooney presenting on ERP Sim. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. ERP Sim Games showcasing resilience, sustainability in higher education management. And Ms. Shamali Golding, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly as well. If I'm not, please let me know. Mrs. Shamali Golding presenting on smart opportunities in an analog world, the Jamaican prototype. And our third presenter for the session is Mr. Don Wright, creating the Selby Smart Campus for a Sustainable Future. I am Mrs. Cheryl Clark Martin, and I'm going to be your moderator for today's session. We are going to begin our presentations. Mr. Clooney, I don't know if you are hearing me. Hearing me, Mr. Clooney?
Yes, ma'am. I'm hearing you, Mrs. Clark.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready?
Well, as best as we can be.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Clooney, and I invite everyone to just really sit back, relax, and enjoy the presentations. All right? Go ahead, Mr. Clooney.
Okay, do I have permission to share? Let me see. All right.
Sure.
All right. Thank you guys very much for coming to our presentation of our findings. Thank you. Let me just see if I'm able to share. Back in again. Share. Let me go to all screens. Oh. Right. Hopefully everybody is able to see my screen currently. Can everybody see my screen? Hello?
Let's go ahead.
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just waiting for confirmation. Okay. Thank you guys very much. I am, as the host has said before, my name is Odvar Clooney. My co-presenter is Mrs. Susan Morrison Curtis. We'll be presenting on some of the findings we made while doing this research, or we haven't fully completed the research, but these are some of the findings we have found so far. We'll be presenting on ERP Sim games, showcasing resilience and sustainability in higher education. In speaking about ERP Sim, we need to speak about the SAP itself, which is an application software utilized throughout organizations to run their business. And this software is a German software, and the ERP Sim is a software that they use in collaboration with it. So we'll be discussing more detail on both the SAP itself and the ERP and how they are utilized and how the ERP supports the SAP software. All right. Just an overview of our presentation. We'll be looking at how the ERP software, which stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and its values to an organization, how it benefits it, and also the SAP software, which is one of the leading software in the industry, and showcasing the different industries which utilize it, and also specifying some of the market share that it may have, and so on. And we'll be looking at the impacts of the software in learning and also higher education, and comparing the different scenarios if persons were not using the software and persons were using, what would be the difference, what would be the general outcomes of that. And we also did some testimonials with persons or students who utilize it in the different programs which we have at Excelsior Community College. And just want to point out that Excelsior is the only institution in Jamaica which teaches SAP utilizing the ERP Sim software, and also how to utilize it in the different areas and throughout the organization. And with our testimonials, we'll be looking at both for the students and also for lecturers. In the interest of time, let me just keep going. I hand over now to Mrs. Curtis, who will then start off first.
Thank you, Mr. Clooney. We're going to be looking at ERP and its value to organization. What is ERP, one would ask? ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning, which is a system that collaborates database of information related to business processes, anywhere from a human resource to customer relation management, inventory, purchasing, manufacturing, just to name a few. At the core of the ERP system, which enables collaboration between various organizational functional units, which leads to the streamlining of business processes. This in return enhances the efficiency and the productivity of business organizations. Some of the values that business benefits from is superior scalability, customer service, flexibility in modality in the existing modulars that based on the issues that the companies have on the functional areas that they're actually implemented the ERP systems, they'll be able to integrate it seamlessly through the organization. Improved efficiency and data security and quality. Security in the essence of if a person is working in, say for instance, customer service, they can't be seeing anything in terms of financial targets or financial projects in their capacity on the role as a customer service rep. So therefore, based on the person's role in the organization, the security is linked to that. Now, after looking at what is ERP, we're going to be looking at their market share. Market share that you're seeing on screen is from 2007 that we got the data. It shows a 47% market share along with their other counterparts, which are from Oracle, Microsoft, and others. This actually showcases a $7.7 billion annual share, which comprises of their business suites that includes their functional units, such as your HR, your inventory, your financials, your warehouse management, just to name a few. 24% is their market share, with their other counterparts, which has a percentage of 47. And Sage, which is the next accounting package, which shares a market share of 6%, along with their InfoServe, and the 12% will be for Erp, which is a next counterpart within the database management or ERP system management in organizations out there. So now we'll be looking at ERP. Who is ERP? The software vendor, SAP, which is the biggest, world's largest company that actually maintains the ERP software in the world. It's a German company, and it has its headquarters in Waldorf, Germany. SAP provides services through desktop solutions, also web cloud-based platforms. It's implemented in 9 out of 10 Fortune 500 companies. You will see how this plays out when Mr. Clooney showcases the different entities that utilizes this type of software. We'll be looking now at the industries locally and internationally. Mr. Clooney.
All right, thank you again, Mrs. Curtis. Back to my thought, yes. The SAP software is utilized both locally and internationally. With this software, it allows for, as Mrs. Curtis stipulated before, the scalability. And this speaks to, as an organization grows, your software should be able to grow with you to manage your increased market share, both if you're looking at an international company, if you're going to be having one organization in a different location, it should foster and allow for multiple persons logging on and manipulating and utilizing the software at the same time. And this software allows for that. And that's why it has the greatest usage or reach globally. And let me look on locally and then go to look on the international scape. For our local companies, this is just to name a few. Everybody knows Grace Kennedy. Everybody should know Lifespan and also DNG. And we also have, and that's for some of the manufacturing, we also have our land agencies. University Hospital themselves utilizes it in order to manage their patient scheduling and everything. And with this software, it looks on the business as a whole. As a whole, meaning that, as Mrs. Curtis will speak to, the different functional areas, whether it's finance, marketing, and so on. And also Red Stripe and also Ray Nephew, which is now owned by Compari. Why would stress more on Compari right here now? Everybody knows Ray Nephew, but some persons are not aware that Ray Nephew is owned by Compari. When they purchased it in 2011, Ray Nephew was utilizing a software by themselves, and when Compari purchased it, they had been utilizing SAP, and they had found that this software was so robust and being able to look on all the different areas of their organization and run it seamlessly. When you're configuring this software, you will be looking on for, especially for Ray Nephew, if you are dealing with water, bottle caps, the labels, everything for your manufacturing process, everything has to be inputted in detail for the system. And the system has the capability of running your software, and it runs with something that they call material resource planning, which allows for the software to make some predictions. It analyzes your current sales and your production. Hello? Hello?
We're hearing.
Hearing you loud and clear, sir.
Oh, somebody said I went.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe it's on their side.
No,
Okay.
hearing loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, yes, so with the same Ray Nephew here, as I was stipulating, this software allowed them to streamline their business. So when Compari purchase Ray Neville, the software is so made that the software does not conform to the business have to conform to the software. That's one of the major drawbacks that persons may find with this software. They have configured or created this software in the event that they are thinking that the best business practices based on their analysis, they have pre-configured the software in that regard. So when you're utilizing the software, it forces you to reconfigure your business structure in order to have it flow better based on their findings. And persons at times, based on interviews that I had done with some members of Ray Neville, they have said they stated that it was a tedious task because they were somewhat reluctant in order to change their business processes, but after the implementation between 2011 to 2013, they were during the implementation phase. After they had implemented it, they realized that through these best practices, it actually boosts their productivity and their performance, and it allowed them to have better sales because they could better track all of their raw materials, the wastages, and this software allowed them to overall run their business better. And on the international scale, we have in the banking industry, we have Bank of Ireland, retail, we have Tesco from the UK, industries also from whether it's automotive, we have Mercedes, Porsche. These organizations also utilize this software because all of these organizations have seen that this SAP software, it allows for the business to be on a whole new level. And as I spoke about the collaboration with the different functional units, before what persons would have to do, they'd have to purchase different modules or different softwares themselves. And the integration between the different softwares was quite difficult. As persons in IT may know, you'd have to write different scripts in order for these softwares to speak to each other. But when you purchase one software that works with all the different functional areas, it's quite remarkable. It allows for a seamless transition between information from one department to another. It reduces data redundancy and the duplication of data, both for HR and procurement and everyone. All right, let's go down to more. Speaking about this Erp Sim software, which this is a software which is working in collaboration with the SAP software. It allows for now running the software in a safe environment. Safe environment meaning just like how persons know a flight simulator that the pilots use in order to learn how to fly. And just to speak about it, the transport sector now in Jamaica, we're thinking about utilizing it now to teach persons how to drive. The Erp Sim is that safe environment, that simulation environment that they utilize for business, allowing persons to learn how to run a company in different scenarios, allowing them how to predict market and do market analysis. In the simulation, they also have a scenario where they run an organization dealing with cereal, and it facilitates them to adjust even the product mix. So they're selling cereal, and in the cereal, it may have wheat, it may have oats, it may also have raisins and strawberries. If you reduce some of the strawberries, how would the market react to it? You could analyze the market to see if they even notice it. And also that would, based on you reducing your higher end product for your raw material, that would automatically give you more return on more sales or more profit, I should say. And you could analyze that. So it teaches persons how to run their business, do better prediction and analysis in that. All right, coming down. Here now, the impact of using SAP in the learning. I'll hand over to Mrs. Curtis, who will speak on this.
Mrs. Curtis, you are muted.
Thank you very much, moderator. We'll be just touching on two aspects of the both concepts in the interest of time. For the learner, it impacted them by learning by doing in the sense of students were given real life scenarios to project their scenarios in a business environment. And that's how the simulated activities were done in the classroom. They also were given problem-based learning activities, which fostered enhanced learning, greater problem-solving skills, as well as directed learning abilities, which enables students to think critically in their environment and to showcase their knowledge of operating a business on its own. It also gave them technical ERP system skills that gave them an edge in when they were actually going out in the market for work. One of our testimonial personnels were working at a lower level in his organization, and by just doing the course, he was able to they were able to actually get a increase in knowledge in their organization and be able to use the knowledge that they had in the classroom to enhance his decision-making within his organization. So I'm going to go straight to the testimonial of the students, so you can actually hear it from their point of view, how the impact of using this software in the classroom has given them the wealth of knowledge and benefits. Mr. Clooney, can you go to that slide for me, please? And we can end, yes, this one. Are you hearing all this? No, it's not playing. Hold on one. Let's start it from the top. You're hearing? I'm not hearing anything. Everybody hearing?
No, we're not, Mrs. Curtis.
All right. Stop sharing and share back with audio and see if you can hear.
Link together. It's
all right, now it's perfect. Go ahead.
Yes.
My name is Neil Davis. I am the office supervisor at the National Land Agency in the Corporate Service Division, where I serve in the operation unit. I was a student for the associate degree program at the Excelsior Community College.
My name
where
is
my experience
I work
dealing
at
with
the Grace
SAP/ERP, I have learned quite a lot. I have learned how it helps organization to function effectively. I learned how how everything interlinked together. It's allowed you to forecast. That's very critical for decision making and planning. Also, it allows you to understand how technology is used to make life easier. The fact that we had gone in the region and place Fort shows how the program itself was a very good program, because we came forth amongst persons who have been doing this for long before us. I would recommend anyone to come to Excelsior Community College and even just do that one program. Also, there are some drawbacks, because you have to learn how to work with persons and how to build teams, because remember, all these information, one person will be an expert in marketing, one person may be an expert in production, and all those concepts would have come together within the ERP SAP software, and then that's how we end up becoming the fourth. And if we never had technical problem, we have ended up becoming #1 in our region. So I would highly recommend the course to anyone else, and have a great day.
Foods and service as a merchant. My name is Alre Osset. I work at the Grace Kennedy Foods and Service as a merchandiser. I attend the Excelsior Community College, which I study logistics and supply chain management, and an Year 2 student. The learning experience has been great. However, I am happy to say that I have learned a lot over the past year. The ERP Sim simulation has improved my learning capabilities in so many ways. Therefore, it has helped me to gain more knowledge, as well as a proper understanding of various work processes that has been taking place where I work in the supermarket, such as the point of reordering the stocks when they are depleted, the processes that involves in carrying out the delivery of the products, as well as the billing and payments.
You can get a synopsis of how the satisfaction of our students have been in the classroom. We, because of the interest of time, we weren't able to play the other side of the coin, which was the lecturer's point of view. Universities outside of the Caribbean who has actually gave their perspective of how the student satisfaction of using the software has enabled their students to not only have this critical decision-making skills, but also they were able to understand and gain proper knowledge of running a business in its real-life environment. We thank you for taking the time to look at how we pull together this data. It's not yet finished. We are we're in its draft stage, and we'll have follow-up presentations in regards to the fulfilling of this paper. I bet you didn't know this. Today, we actually hosted our first sim games, Excelsior. It was the ECC Caribbean Erp Sim Games 2022. And we're looking to foster more collaborations with our SAP Erp Sim counterparts in the Canada, Niagara collaborations with the college in future endeavors. So once again, we thank you. And we'll make provisions for our findings in regards to our presentation for you to look at of the other aspects that we were able to discuss within this presentation. So thank you, and we hand over to our moderator.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Curtis. Thank you so much, Mr. Clooney. And I had neglected to inform our gathering for our presenters' qualifications, but because we are so strapped for time in this 1 hour session, I'm just going to say to you that Mrs. Curtis and Mr. Clooney are lecturers in the School of Computer Studies at Excelsior Community College, and they come to us today with a wealth of experience and knowledge in terms of their research. And I'm sure that we will find areas in where their research can be applicable for the betterment of our community, our business community. Thank you so much. Very informative. We're going to hand over now, and I am sincerely hoping I'm pronouncing this correctly. Miss Shamali Golding. Miss Golding, are you on? Or Shamel?
Good afternoon, I'm on. It's Shamel Golding.
Oh, Shamel, thank you for joining. Miss Shamel Golding joins us today from Knox Community College, and her presentation is Smart Opportunities in an Analog World, the Jamaican Prototype. Go ahead, Miss Golding, take it away.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'll start off with the statement of the problem. My research was dubbed Smart Opportunities in an Analog World due to the reports of inaccessibility to internet and smart devices at the early childhood, primary and secondary levels of the education system in Jamaica since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the issue of whether the same problems plague the students at the tertiary level due to the apparent preponderance of analog internet structures and analog bangers phones was questioned. I'm now play a short audio clipping which presents some evidence of the problem.
Good afternoon. Well, I was listening to Mrs. Johnson and I'm impressed. Okay, so I teach at, is it okay to say what school?
Absolutely.
Wait a bit primary, that's in Upper Trelawney, South Trelawney. And our experience is not the same. We have tried and we are trying, but so far, for every teacher that I've spoken to, the most student they've had on the groups is like 7 out of, say, a minimum of 25. This is because it's most of them, I can say, we're a farming community, as you might know. And most of them, they do not have access to the data. Not only that, for the parents who have the smartphones, when we are able to reach the students, the parents are gone with the phone, they're not home. So I wouldn't call what we've been doing teaching per se. We have been sending the work out, and those who come online, we get feedback from them, and we try our best to reach as many of them as possible. But so far, it has not been what I would call a success because of the limited access to the internet and smartphones, and where the locations of the students. They're different areas, and some of these areas, there is definitely no access to Wi-Fi, and the data is very expensive. That's what they will tell.
Okay, so based on the evidence of the problem, the importance of this study then is to inform policy and much research in terms of justification for the research. Next slide, please. Much research has been done at the primary and secondary levels of education in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, but very little has been done at the tertiary level on the student and infrastructure forefront since COVID-19. Thus, this substantiates the need for this research. The next slide, purpose of the statement. Now, the aim of this study is to uncover whether poor or inadequate infrastructure and lack of access to smart devices have hindered a cross-section of students enrolled in 4 tertiary institutions across the 3 counties in Jamaica from pursuing career and professional development online since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. With this in mind, the research questions that guided the research are as follows. 1, whether inadequate infrastructure and smart devices dissuade students who live in rural as opposed to urban areas from pursuing higher education. 2, whether other factors such as lack of financial resources are hindrances to students pursuing higher education. 3, whether compulsory online education wrought on by the pandemic has influenced the retention rate in tertiary studies. And 4, what degree of support is provided on an institutional level and on the part of the facilitators. The methodology. A mixed design exploratory method was used. The primary data collection method was a questionnaire which consisted of 54 questions, 46 closed and 8 open-ended. However, some questions were conditional questions. The questionnaire was disseminated using Google Forms between May 10th to 16th, 2022. The sampling frame consisted of 416 students at the tertiary level. However, only 40 students responded. The sampling methods used were random sampling and purposive sampling. Secondary data was garnered from a desk review, next slide, of peer-reviewed articles and reports from non-governmental organizations, namely UNESCO. The literature review. Next slide, please. According to Crawford, Fair, and Weiss, online and distance learning provides educational opportunities to individuals who wish to continue their post-secondary education, yet experience geographical, temporal, social, cultural, and other constraints to attending face-to-face classes. In Nepal, Rajdev Kota says, however, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, university colleges have enjoined their teachers and students to get connected through various internet-mediated online platforms. Of course, the students who have benefited are those who live in urban spaces and have better access to digital equipment and internet. They have benefited more than their rural peers. The report continues that in one region of Nepal, it is really difficult for us to run online classes. We face unstable electricity and almost no internet connectivity. Moreover, most of our students do not have laptops and smartphones since they are mostly from economically disadvantaged communities. In South Africa, the same was true, as Landa et al. Stated that overall resource constraints, such as access to computers and data for students from poor communities, were a key challenge in the lockdown. UNESCO also states that 45%, or 1 in every 2 homes, has internet connectivity. UNESCO, however, states that although we can assume that in households where there is a university student are more likely to have connectivity, it would be very risky to assume that all students have efficient connectivity in their homes. There is still a huge digital divide, and despite the fact that the rate of connectivity in households is very unequal, there is a high ratio of mobile phones, in many cases more than 1 per person. And in Jamaica, 58% of homes are connected to the internet, but 100% of homes have mobile phones. A disruption of their space. This is one of the effects. A disruption of their space brought on by a crisis such as this one can exacerbate their fragile condition and force them to drop out thereby yet again, perpetuating a situation of exclusion as a result of the inequity which is characteristic of the higher education system in the region. This inequity is reflected in the high dropout and non-completion rates in higher education. Presentation of findings. Next slide. So there were 40 respondents and 15% were male and 85% female. You can see the age representation on the screen. Next slide. The 10 of the 14 parishes in Jamaica were represented in this study. Next slide, please. And we can also see that 23 districts were represented across the 10 parishes where respondents came from in Jamaica. Next slide. Now we can see that in terms of institutional enrollment, the respondents to the study were scattered amongst community college, vocational training development institute, UTech, and UWI. So they went to a wide cross section of tertiary level institutions in Jamaica. Next slide. They were asked what program they were currently enrolled in. Next. They were also asked to indicate their enrollment status and the modality in which the program is being taught, whether it was fully online or blended, that is online and face-to-face. Next. They were asked to indicate their year of enrollment in the program and their proposed year of completion of study. And what was of note is that most of the respondents will complete their studies this year in 2022. Next. Now, the respondents were divided into who had internet service at home and who doesn't. So 37 of the 40 respondents said that they have internet service at home, and all of them said that they also had one or another smart device. Next. They also spoke about, well, they were also asked to gauge how their service disruptions to internet were, and most of them said that the service disruptions were when they happened, they were disruptions to the entire community, to the service in the entire community. Next. All right, I also asked them if oftentimes it's a case where they don't have electricity, but they have internet service. And most of them strongly disagreed with that it's not a case where they don't have electricity. Next. Now, there were 3 respondents who said that they did not have internet service at home, and for one respondent, it was due to unavailability in their area, but for 2, it was because they were unable to afford the internet. And some options that they had were to use data plans or to use a neighbor or family member's internet. Next. Now, they were also asked, these 3 respondents were also asked who their data service provider was, and one of note too is that they were asked whether they benefited from any of the 0-rated websites that were offered by the data service providers at the start of the pandemic, and only 1 person said that they benefited frequently from those 0-rated websites. Next. No, they were also asked how often they had to renew their data plans, and all 3 were divided in terms of how often, but and they were also asked about whether they own a smart device. So 2 of the 3 respondents said that they had a phone, but what is important is that 3 of the respondents had a laptop. Next. And so they were just asked what they do to access online classes, and the responses ranged from whether they use the local library or the computer at work. Next. One other factor that was considered is student retention. And so they were asked whether they thought of dropping out of their program. And the majority of the respondents said that they had never considered dropping out of their program. Next. They were also asked about whether career and professional opportunities were more accessible since COVID-19 due to the fact of them being online, and most of them strongly agreed with that. Next. So they were also asked if extraordinary provisions were made by their teachers or lecturers in moments when they had internet challenges, and most of them agreed and strongly agreed. Next. The discussion of findings. Now, the utility of asking the respondents for their parish of residence and postal code or district was to garner whether persons who live in rural communities are disenfranchised in terms of access to internet and smart devices. However, in light of the fact that most of the respondents had internet at home with very little disruptions to service and hardly any disruptions to electricity, is evidence in and of itself that no inequities exist based on physical location in Jamaica. This shows a wide cross-section of locations have internet access, including from rural areas. Mention of the fact that COVID-19 perpetuates exclusion due to the dropout rate of students brings to mind the issue of whether there is an inequity in terms of the persons afforded higher education on the basis of age, gender, and physical location. The study indicates that although the ratio of male to male respondents is a greater indication of the disparity between males and females pursuing tertiary education, the study didn't find that there was any inequity there based on gender or age. Overall, the findings of my research contradict prior studies, considering that tertiary level students are members of the same communities and socioeconomic background of students at the primary and secondary levels. The general theme of the research, therefore, is that overarchingly, students at the tertiary level had internet and smart devices, and this is corroborated by the fact that 21 of the 40 respondents have never considered dropping out of school, and only 3 persons have considered dropping out of school due to inaccessibility to the internet or smart devices. All right, so, and also 3 respondents in total said that they did not have internet at home, and 2 of the 3 said that it was because they could not afford internet at home. The limitations. Notably, the findings of the research due to the number of participants may not be representative of the population of tertiary students in Jamaica, and also the findings could have been further validated on an institutional level. The conclusion, therefore, is that the research did give credence to the utterance in the UNESCO study that in households where there is a university student are more likely to have connectivity. My recommendations are that further research, namely in farming communities across Jamaica, are done to determine whether inaccessibility to the internet and smart devices have disrupted opportunities for students at the tertiary level. And for the few that have no internet at home for financial reasons, perhaps a fund can be set up to assist students in this situation to pay for internet service at home. And this would enjoin the assistance of educational donor agencies such as UNICEF or the National Education Trust. This will also allow service providers of internet to better identify areas without internet access and for governmental assistance. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Golding, for your contribution to today's session. It is something that we need to think about, especially our policyholders, to see how it is that we can actually remedy the situation of inequality or inequity within our education system for some of our children. Thank you so much, Ms. Golding. All right, so we're going to move on to our third presenter, which is Mr. Don Wright, our lecturer at Excelsior Community College from the School of Selby. His presentation today is entitled Creating the Selby Smart Campus for a Sustainable Future. Mr. Wright, over to you.
Yes, so today the School of Engineering, Logistics and Built Environment will be doing a presentation on how to make the campus, Selby campus, smart. Now, the presenters are as follows, as you can see on the screen: myself, Donald Wright, Architecture and Construction, Gordon McDowell, who's Renewable Energy, Wayne Thompson, Renewable Energy and Robotics, and Ron McGrath, Automotive Engineer. Now, next slide. Yeah, so based on the introduction, oh, this thing is kind of creating a little problem.
But we're still able to see the
yes, okay, yeah. But the piece at the top here, yeah.
Yes.
Based on our introduction, we will go through the background, the aim of our presentation, definition, and of course, the benefits of a smart Selby campus. Next slide. Yes, so based on the background, as we can see, Selby campus began operating from its present location since 2014. And as an existing building was retrofitted to house the unit. The school offers a wide range of programs: architectural and construction technology, automotive repairs and engineering, renewable energy, and engineering. When it began operations, there was the installation of a reed bed, which is an eco-friendly tertiary sewage treatment that is on the campus, and some amount of automation in terms of faculty scanning their ID while on the campus. However, the changing landscape of education and geopolitical decisions have forced us to examine how we manage these programs and the experience we offer to our students. For example, there was the launch of the first EV company in Jamaica in March of 2022. Also, the declaration by the Minister of Science, Energy, and Technology, the Honorable Darrell Valls, that leveraged the power of renewable sources of Jamaica's energy sector, is a priority in the creation of a new Jamaica. As we attempt to exploit these opportunities, it is critical that we take a closer look at the operations of the campus with a view to converting it into a smart one. Oh, I didn't turn my mic on. Some of the benefits are as follows. Improve students and staff experience, including hybrid teaching. Enhance college campus safety. Reduce operational costs. Support database decisions. And boost college reputation. Now, in terms of the smart design, this is the existing plant itself, where we have our building, which is a container that was retrofitted. And what we hope it could be is what we refer to as a smart campus, where we have smart signs, as you know, those signs, those electronic signs that you see around, smart meeting room, smart Wi-Fi in terms of fully Wi-Fi the whole campus, smart energy in terms of using what we call solar energy to power the whole campus itself, smart collaboration, that's a room here, which we basically would have our, where we would say our think tank, basically, where we try to break things down in terms of try to eliminate silos, and we all will share our opinions and so on in that room. We have the smart workspace, or the desks and chairs are laid out with the computers on the desk. And of course, we have a smart receptionist, and you will see these things being used, you know, at some of these companies, where you go inside and you press some buttons and so on that will lead you to wherever you want to go. And it's something that I've seen at the airport, and you have also gone through that part of it. All right, the next slide is in terms of all the ergonomics, the smart classroom we want to design itself. The seating, as the diagram will show how you will sit around the desk, or the chairs are placed in terms of upright. That is here and the distance from the computer. The overhead projectors with the screen, and you can use it in the hybrid form, where you can have a set of students in front of you, and you can also have students online while you're teaching. This diagram to your right is in terms of how we'll set up the offices and so on, where we use things like tempered glass, use foams and so on to keep the building cool whenever it's hot on the outside. Next slide. In terms of landscaping, this is the existing campus, and we're open to bringing another eco-friendly approach, where we would landscape the area, putting in grass, trees, and so on. And the diagram at the bottom here, as you will see, is representing asphalt concrete. Now, this asphalt concrete is a recycled construction material that was used, and then we use it to pave the area. We can also use it for concreting too. the recycled construction material for concrete. So we could have a concrete driveway as opposed to a asphaltic concrete driveway as well. Yes, so the whole idea is to using the recycled material to do the whole exercise. And I think that is where my part of it is finished. I'm going to go to Mr. Gordon McDowell. McDowell?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Everyone is hearing me?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Yes, hi, good afternoon again. Yeah, just following up on what Mr. Wright had said, we're trying to be as much a self-sufficient, smart campus as can be. As far as the whole photovoltaic and water harvesting system is concerned, we have already started quite a little bit of this, much on the main campus, which we plan to extend to Selby. If you notice, for the last couple of, maybe a year or so, we have changed out a lot of the street lamps into solar lamps, where they basically run at nights from battery setup. It's basically a small solar plant, put it that way, which is on the light poles. We're looking to go a little further by encapsulating a much larger system to run the main building. If you can look at what we have here, just a basic setup, a basic home setup, which can be translated into a much larger industrial model to run each block on the campus here. And if we segment it block by block, it is implementable. We're looking at, I've already done a drawing for the car park setup down there, which involves some amount of panels, which we're going to use to cover the small car park, and use that back into the main building. So that has already been designed. I had to pass it on to the principal some time ago. Look at the water harvesting section here. That has already been started with, where I managed to have put a tank per block. That's the whole idea. I'm trying to segment each block to having its own water supply whenever there's water which is off from the local water supply. So each block will be independently run and from a tank, which is already there. The only part we haven't reached as yet is to the catchment. So that's another area which we're currently working on catching. If you notice, when rain falls, a lot of water go to waste. Yeah, we're trying to catch all of that into tanks and reuse them. But for now, we have tanks which are on top of the buildings. Most of the blocks are independent from each other right now. So that's how we're really looking at going green, self-sufficient when it comes to the solar and the water harvesting. If you look and notice, we have a small diagram here of the solar lamps which we use on the poles, just like the one you see here in the diagram. And the other one here for the building, this is really what it's going to be like, especially for the Selby section. A couple of days ago, I was actually on the building looking at spacing up there to see how much space we have that can accommodate a lot of what the diagram is actually showing here. So that's the route which we are going, and it has already been started. So that's about my little presentation here. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. All right, we're going to move straight into the other aspect where Wayne Thompson. Wayne?
Yeah, I'm hearing it on. All right. So in terms of
building automation systems. So in terms of smart buildings, some of the things that will make a building smart is, for example, sensors. And there are sensors that will be able to control when light comes on. There are some solar technology that works. Of course, the solar or the sensor will automatically switch in the light. Of course, that is very important as it relates to energy saving systems. And then in terms of sensors also, you have sensors that will monitor the performance of renewable energy systems. Of course, you have sensors that will switch on and switch off renewable energy system, or switch between the JPS grid or the solar grid. All right, so those are some of the controls that we have. So as it relates to this part of the building, you have solar panel monitoring systems. All right, those are very, very important for modern buildings. Data acquisition, so that we can, of course, inform decision. HVAC monitoring is also very important to see if we're making proper use of all of our AC, air conditioning units. Of course, in terms of building design and airflow, that is also important. So having those types of sensors can inform decision as it relates to remodeling, etc. So in terms of electrical distribution and monitoring control, all right, buildings today can be monitored via Wi-Fi and, of course, remotely, and that is good for various reasons. And of course, you have other devices, for example, as it relates to thermistors that monitors the heat in the building. And of course, if the heat is above a certain amount, then what happens is that we can automatically allow a water system to turn. All right, so this is pretty much an overview of building automation system. In terms of building, cooling, ceiling cooling, viewpoint sensors, ventilation, and of course, heating. And of course, all of these can be monitored. All of this controlled via sensors. And of course, the data that we get from the sensors can be used to inform decision making in terms of how the building is being used, when should the building be used, when is the most appropriate time to use the building, etc. All right, so that's the concept. All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. And we're going to move into our final presenter, that is Ron McGrath. Ooh.
Good day, everyone. So I'll be presenting on the automotive advancements that we hope to achieve at the Selby department. So currently we have in operation a diagnostic center. The diagnostic center is where we deal with the servicing and repairs of regular automotive problems. So we deal with AC service, auto diagnostic, engine repair, braking, suspension, etc. Also, we are training students in these areas. So we have students being trained in these areas currently. Right? So going forward, next slide, please.
Come in.
All right, so going forward, we want to move into hybrid and electric vehicles. Now, the reason for this is to help the campus to earn from training in these areas, and also we can be able to repair these sort of technologies, because that is where the technology is heading to. For hybrid vehicles, hybrid deals with a vehicle that has a regular internal combustion engine and also powered by an electric motor.
For electric vehicles, these are vehicles that are powered solely by an electric motor that is powered by a battery. Currently, we have some students that are doing research on the integration of solar technology to power these electric vehicles. Next slide, please. All right, so in order for Selby to benefit from these technologies, we are recommending that we install charging stations, EV charging stations. Now, there are 3 levels of EV charging station. Level 1, use regular domestic power. All right, so there's no special installation required for that. The problem though with that is that it takes a long time for the vehicle to charge. Level 2 requires at least 208 to 240 voltage, but it requires a special installation of the charging equipment. This type of technology can charge a vehicle to 10 to 20 mile range within an hour. And there's a level 3 technology that requires above 280 voltage. This type of technology can charge a vehicle up to 80% within 20 to 30 minutes. The problem though with the level 3 technology, something like this for a single outlet would cost about 7.5 million Jamaican dollars. While with the level 2, we can get a dual outlet for about $1 million. All right, so wrapping up, next slide, please.
Oh.
All right, so in concluding, the implementation of these technologies, as well as energy efficient measures, would significantly benefit Selby and the ECC as a whole. These measures will help the department to become green, self-sufficient, more profitable, and therefore sustainable. They would provide significant benefits to the department in terms of offering the training opportunities that are required in today's society to complement the endorsement of more renewable energy technology, eco-friendly buildings, and vehicles. All right, so this is the end of our presentation. These are our references, and we can facilitate questions if the host would allow us to.
Thank you so much, Mr. McGrath, Mr. Wright, and Mr. McDowell. No, really, we should have had a question and answer session, but because we are so strapped for time and our online space has to be shared with another group, I just want to use this opportunity to thank all our presenters for the excellent presentation today. We certainly got a wealth of knowledge. I know that sometimes it might have felt like a drive-through research presentation because the information was going so fast, but the content was so very rich, and we found that we've got information on things that we can probably use for our future. So we're looking forward to further research on your various topics. Thank you so much for joining for today's session, everyone. And I really implore you to check out some of the other sessions that we have going on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are about to go into our next session. And we have with us our first 2 presenters. They are Gabriella and William Hamilton. Doctors Gabriella and William Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Right. Just a little bit about our presenters before they begin.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for having us over. My name is Gabriella Hamilton. I have been teaching economics for almost 12 years and about 10 years at Hillsborough Community College in Tampa, Florida. I am an assistant professor there. I have my co-author, William Hamilton, and today we're going to be presenting a study that we have done on online faculty student interactions during the pandemic and beyond. And we will talk about the understanding of the role of the students' technological skills and activities in a social media world. Now I'm going to turn it to William for the rest of the presentation.
Hi there. So my name is Will Hamilton. I work at a university here in Florida, not-for-profit private institution, as the Chief Assessment and Institutional Research Officer. I also teach sociology on the side as well. We're both really grateful for being part of this. We caught a couple of the presentations already, a lot of really interesting things. And so it's really an honor to be part of this. We'd obviously much rather be there with you in person. But in the meantime, we're happy to present via Zoom. So I'm going to do a quick overview of the presentation. We have to be pretty quick. It's a pretty short presentation. So you're going to have to forgive us, and me in particular, for speaking quickly. We have a lot to cover, and we're not going to get to cover everything that we'd like to. But if you have questions at the end, I think at the end of all three presentations, we're going to be very happy to answer them. So we're going to introduce you to this key concept related to learning in an online environment, which is obviously very important across all institutional contexts, across not just in the US, but obviously in Jamaica and the world more broadly, as we just experienced a large scale shift to online learning. So we're going to talk about this concept of Techno Capital. It's not our own concept that we came up with, but it's something that we studied, and it's very interesting. I'll talk more about that in a minute. There are basically two sections to this presentation. There's a part one where we're going to discuss the findings from our study that looks at the relationship between Techno Capital and who online community college students turn to for support across a bunch of different areas. I'll talk about that in more detail. That study is published in this edited volume, and we happen to have the editors of the volume here with us that are presenting a little bit later. These are the other presenters that are presenting after us. And then we have part two, where we're going to discuss preliminary findings from our follow-up study that looks at the relationship between Techno Capital and then other key outcomes related to success in college. We're not going to have time to talk about all the data, but just something I forgot to put in here, but we've done this study across different institutional contexts. So we've started with community college, but we also looked at different other populations at different other institutions. And that's what's coming out in study two. So study one, again, is from it's that book chapter from that edited volume. And so this is the key concept. And this is the thing that I think is valuable for different institutional contexts. So this idea of Techno Capital is defined very basically as cultural knowledge and competencies that can be used for navigating the internet and technology-mediated environments, right? So think about the online space. And if your students are taking online courses, it's that online environment. There are two components to Techno Capital. There is a Techno Competency component, and there's a digital cultural production. The Techno Competency is defined as technological knowledge and skills that allow for meaningful use of technology. So for finding useful information for online, for evaluating what is useful information and what is not useful information, for example, that's part of that skill set, and navigating the online space. So students that have better techno competency or more skilled technologically are able to navigate, like, for example, if you have an online library, or if they're on Google Scholar and trying to find articles for a paper, students that have higher techno competency are going to be better at finding that good information, right? Then there's the digital cultural production, which is equally relevant. That's defined as comfort and experience expressing oneself in an online environment. That includes like posting videos and photos or managing a blog. You could think about it, or participating in social media. So if you think about like TikTok videos, participating in Facebook and being engaged in that space, that is a form of digital cultural production. So for the first study, the published chapter, we were looking at a key outcome of where students turn to for support when they need help online with their learning and with other things related to their learning. We look specifically at informal sources of support versus formal sources of support. So informal sources of support would be like your friends and family, or just relying on yourself. A formal network of support is relying on professors, on advisors, if you have tutors or success coaches or anything like that, staff that works at the institution, or relying on your classmates. The key research question that we investigated for the chapter was, to what extent is Techno Capital, those two components that we talked about, Techno Competency, digital cultural production, to what extent is Techno Capital related to where online community college students turn to for support? Again, looking at this informal versus formal network of support. And we looked at these 8 areas of support that students could possibly turn to. So for example, when students needed help understanding course materials, right? Where did they go to? Did they go to their friends and family, or just rely on themselves? Or did they turn to their professor, to their staff, to staff at the college, or to their classmates? So we asked students, for this one area, who did you go to first? Who was your key source of support? And then we asked that same question across these 8 different areas. For example, discussing future career plans, help with personal issues. So all 8 of these things. And then we analyzed the data statistically. So the data come from, for this study, came from one community college. It's a pretty large data set here in Tampa, Florida, where we're from, taking classes online, and we use regression techniques. We're not going to get into that. So the key research question is there again on the screen, and these are the 8 areas. And so I'm just going to really quickly talk about the findings, what the associations that we found between Techno Competency in these 8 areas, and then digital cultural production and these 8 areas. So looking at just the first area, understanding course materials, where did students turn to when they needed help? So students with greater technological skills or techno competency, we found, tended to rely more on family, friends, or just themselves for help understanding these course materials. When we added in the other variable into this model, this digital cultural production, again, that's participation in social media, if you want. Students who participated more in digital cultural production tended to rely more on faculty and staff or their classmates for help understanding course materials. So when we look at all of the facts or all of the relationships for techno competency, we found a pretty common sort of consistent finding across almost all of the variables. Techno competency tended to be associated with either self-reliance or dependence on family or friends for support across these areas. So if you see the areas that don't say anything, doesn't say negative, then that means there was no association. When we looked at digital cultural production, added that to the model, we found a very consistent, a very strong effect across all of the different support areas. Students that were higher in digital cultural production tended to seek support from faculty, from classmates, or from college staff. That is those formal networks of support. So it's positively associated with seeking support from those formal networks of support. So very interesting findings, set of findings that we took and decided to follow up on with a second study, and then also at other institutions later on. So this is forthcoming. We're currently writing this up right now. I'm going to go over the additional outcomes that we looked at before turning it back over to my co-author, who's going to talk about the findings, the preliminary findings from our analysis. So we added 8 more outcomes to look at. So we looked at networking skills. So that is defined as the ability to build, maintain, and use personal relationships, right, for resource mobilization. So networking skills, we know, are very important if you need to find a job, right? It's often who you know that matters the most. So networking skills are very important. We looked at this concept called academic social capital, which we're not going to get into too much depth on, but we looked at it from 2 aspects. This is just a way of measuring engagement between the student and the faculty. That's outcome 3, and students and their classmates, how often they engage across a range of different areas. As 2 additional outcomes. Then we looked at this outcome sense of belonging, which is a very, it's been studied for the past 20, 30 years, but has caught a lot more attention lately. It's defined as students' psychological sense of connection to their college or institution or to the broader educational community, right? So all of these things we're pulling from the literature. We're not coming up with these ourselves. And then another set of outcomes we look at is academic integration, which is just defined as perceptions of or satisfaction with instruction, faculty, or intellectual growth. We look at something that we did come up with on our own. Actually, one thing is that's understanding of expectations. So that's expectations clarity. So the extent to which students report understanding what is expected of them from the class or from the teacher. So we wanted to know if Techno Capital is related to better understanding of these things, right? And then we looked at growth mindset. That's been around, obviously published in a very popular book here in the States by Carol Dweck. And there's a lot of research on that. And that's just defined as the belief that talents and skills and intelligence can be developed, right, through hard work and through perseverance. It's not something that's just fixed and each person is granted with a level of intelligence and that's what you're stuck with. A growth mindset is the belief that you can grow that through work and through perseverance. And then the final outcome that we looked at is academic disengagement. And these are behaviors that are negatively associated with success. So for example, submitting homework late. If you're a teacher here, obviously you've dealt with students. If you're a student, you've probably turned in homework late. I was one of those students. It's also things like missing class or showing up late for class, those sorts of things. So each of these 8 outcomes actually have a lot of different question items that create a scale that created the outcome. We're not going to get into the technical stuff there, but I'm going to turn it over now to my co-author to tell you how Techno Capital and those 2 aspects of Techno Capital are related to each of these outcomes. And then I will come back and close it up a little bit later.
All right. So Dr. Hamilton just explained our first study of who students seek support from depending on their Techno Capital competencies. And now I'm going to focus on the other 8 and our preliminary findings. The first one is networking skills. And I'm going to go over these graphs with a little bit more in detail. And then we're going to look at the other outcomes a little bit more quickly. So for networking skills, these graphs are going to show the predicted level of each outcome for the different levels of techno competency and digital cultural production after taking into account the effect of the student level characteristics. So as you can see, in this case, the level of techno competency of the students related to networking skills. Here you can see that students with better technological skills will tend to have a better networking skills. They're going to be able to know how to network better. On the other hand, digital cultural production has also a positive relationship. So students who participate more and they put themselves out there with digital cultural production tend to have better networking skills. That means that these students are more used to putting themselves out there in the world. And whether it is in a more formal or informal way, they tend to have more experience networking at different levels. Our next outcome is academic social capital relating to engagement with faculty. We saw that techno competency, different levels of techno competency have no relationship with academic social engagement with faculty. But as you can see, digital cultural production. So students who participate in more digital cultural production tend to engage more frequently with faculty. They tend to have higher levels of engagement with faculty. We can see this type of same relationship with the next outcome, which is the academic social capital when it relates to engagement with classmates. Different levels of techno competency show that there tends to be a weak or no relationship to academic social capital regarding engagement with classmates. But on the other hand, digital cultural production has a positive relationship, which means that students who participate in more digital cultural production tend to engage more frequently with their classmates. So the relationship between these two and the engagement with faculty and classmates is about the same. The next outcome, sense of belonging. We can see that students with better technological skills tend to report higher sense of belonging to the institution. While on the other hand, we see no relationship between levels of digital cultural production and sense of belonging of the student to the institution. The next one would be our academic integration. Here we can see about the same type of relationship. The students with better technological skills tend to report a stronger academic integration, while students that have different levels of digital cultural production, that shows no relationship to the academic integration to the institution. Understanding of expectations is our 7th outcome. So here we can see that students with better technological skills tend to report better understanding of what's expected of them in a class setting from other classmates, from the institution, and teachers' expectations. But interestingly, the digital cultural production levels will show a negative relationship. So students who participate in more digital cultural production tend to report a lower understanding of class and teachers' expectations. Then moving on to our next outcome, growth mindset, we can see the same type of relationships. Students with better technological skills tend to have a stronger growth mindset. So they believe that hard work and studying will increase their knowledge and increase their skills. On the other hand, digital cultural production, so students who participate in digital cultural production tend to report a weaker growth mindset. So they tend to believe that hard work and practicing and studying will not increase their growth or knowledge of skills. And lastly, academic disengagement. When looking at Techno Competency, we see that there is no relationship or a very weak relationship between Techno Competency and academic disengagement. But when we look at digital cultural production, we can see that students that participate more in this social digital cultural production tend to report more behaviors that are related to academic disengagement. And now that we looked at all these 8 additional outcomes, I'm going to turn it into Will, and he's going to explain our key takeaways from this study.
Perfect, thank you. So I know we're almost out of time, so I'm going to just keep it to one slide and just talk about one key takeaway, right? There are lots of implications, lots of stuff that we're writing up, lots of things that to take away from this as a college administrator, as a teacher, even as a student, and lots of ways to actually use this potentially for student success. But I'm going to talk about just one thing, kind of summing up some of the findings, some of the really interesting things. And one of those is this consistent sort of relationship between digital cultural production, that one aspect of Techno Capital, and then all of these different outcomes. So what we're seeing is students who participate more in digital cultural production, again, think of that as like social media engagement, they tend to find greater ease in engaging with people outside their immediate circle of friends and family, right? So why? Why is that the case? We would argue that because these students are more accustomed to putting themselves out there in the world, being vulnerable, right? Being okay not knowing the answers to all the questions. So that's a really interesting finding. Thus, not surprisingly, we find this positive relationship with these other variables. So digital cultural production was positively associated with seeking help from formal networks of support, from faculty, from staff, and classmates. And for a lot of the things that we're interested in, for those interested in student success, that's oftentimes where we want students to go to. We want them to turn to faculty. We want them to turn to their classmates for support. We also see this relationship between broader networking skills and engagement with faculty and classmates in terms of the frequency of engagement. So all very interesting stuff. But, right, what we found is that there appears to be a downside to too much engagement in the social world, right? So students that were really high on this digital cultural production or really engaged in social media also tended to have a weaker understanding of what the teacher expected of them in class and what the expectations were from them more broadly, right? Despite this greater engagement with faculty and with classmates. There's also this association with a weaker growth mindset. And there was a tendency for these students to be more academically disengaged. So there's a kind of a flip side to this, right? So those are things that we found and that we're writing up. And there are a lot of other interesting findings that we're really looking forward to sharing. And we're really happy to share the preliminary findings with you. You're the first group that we've talked about this with. So it's been an honor. Hopefully you'll have our slides. There's our bios and stuff, but I'm going to now turn it over and I'm going to shut up. It's really hard for me to do, and turn it over to my co-presenters presenting in their other presentations, their work.
Okay, thank you, Doctors Gabriela and William Hamilton. Very interesting research findings that you have presented. And we will be trying to facilitate some questions at the end of all three presentations. So our next presenter is Dr. Joseph Pickering. And Dr. Pickering is a transplant from South Florida to San Antonio, Texas. He earned his bachelor's degree in history, his master's in student personnel in higher education, and his doctorate in higher education administration from the University of Florida. Dr. Pickering has experience with outdoor travel and recreation, late night event programming, concerts, speakers, comedy shows, risk management, contracts, policy development, and assessment. He advised the TRIP program and Gator Nights program at UF, University of Florida. After his employment in the student union, Dr. Pickering began working at Broad College in South Florida as a student life coordinator. He's worked in this position for 2 years and was promoted to the director of student life at Broad College, where he served for 8 years. During his service as the director of student life, Dr. Pickering completed his doctoral program coursework and dissertation titled The Impact of Concealed Carry Legislation on Texas Universities and Colleges, Campus Leaders and Law Enforcement Perspectives. Upon completion of his dissertation defense, Dr. Pickering accepted the position of Director of Student Involvement at Texas A&M San Antonio, where he has served since April 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Joseph Pickering.
All right, thank you very much for that introduction. It's a little weird to kind of hear your bio read by somebody. So I'm gonna get into this very quickly. Again, I'm Dr. Pickering. I'm from Texas A&M University, San Antonio. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the importance of programming during a pandemic and the importance of student engagement. So one of the things that I learned, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and quickly give an outline, an introduction, a background. I'll talk a little bit about my university, which is A&M SA, A&M San Antonio. And then I'll talk about some of the programming we've done, and I'll go into some concluding thoughts that we obtained from that. So first, just a quick introduction. As you all know, COVID-19 kind of came around late December of 2019. The first cases that happened in Texas were actually a result kind of like mid-February. We had about 250 people that were evacuated here. Some of the Americans from China were evacuated to Joint Base San Antonio, which is located really right down the street from my campus. It is where the U.S. Air Force trains all their individuals that join the Air Force here in the United States. So anyone that goes through the Air Force has to come through San Antonio first. They used that space to quarantine some Americans, and then there were some individuals that actually contracted COVID there. As a result of that, that was only the 15th case at the time in the US of somebody with COVID. And then globally, I know there was about close to 60,000 or more in early February. What this meant was that our university started to look at what is the larger picture. So March of 2020, our individual university decided to extend our spring break for students while we transitioned to online. This led to extended shutdowns of the different universities. And why is this important? Well, student engagement is kind of what my office does in student involvement. And really the importance of that is that it provides an outlet for students to really create a deep connection with the university. I know Will and Gabriella talked a little bit about that connection with faculty, right? Well, that connection outside the classroom is very important. When you create a connection with the university and one another, you know, that individuals like a student involvement office provides, it helps to create those connections that lead to retention of students, help them complete their degree and their studies. And it can also help with students' employability, getting those jobs after graduation, and also studies have shown that it improves their well-being during their lifetime as students and afterwards. So just to give you an overview of Texas A&M University San Antonio, so we are a four-year university. We're located in South San Antonio, Texas, which is Southwest Texas area. We have just under 7,000 students enrolled. About 70% of our students are first generation. So a lot of them don't have that support or network of individuals in their family that have gone to college before. And our university is also about 80% Hispanic students. We offer bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees, and we try to serve the area of South San Antonio, which has traditionally been underserved within the city. So to get into what my case study looked at, I looked at some of the techniques that Texas A&M San Antonio did with our population. So to give you an idea of what that looked like for our office, as I mentioned, in March, we extended spring break for students. By the end of March, they sent all of the employees to be virtual for the remainder of the spring semester, so March through May. By mid-June, our office was actually starting to come back on campus to figure out what we would be able to do for the next semester. But some of the things that kind of came out of the case study that I looked at were one of the most important things that we did with our students during this time when everything was constantly changing was communication. So as rapid changes occurred and new information emerged about COVID-19, communication was very important. And that all stemmed from established relationships with our student leaders, which helped us to disseminate key information to the different populations of students at the university. So relationships with these student leaders, and there's research done by Peck, McCullough, and Ross in 2020, that these can help play a meaningful role during a crisis situation, or especially a prolonged one like the pandemic that was created. So oftentimes professional staff members, like a student activities or student involvement office, you have direct access to students that are engaged in clubs, organizations, and those are a great way to really assist the university when we're responding to a crisis situation or where there's an ongoing situation like with COVID, where we can access these student leaders to provide these meaningful communication from the university to the students and help them respond to that crisis. So that part is something that we found very important. Also, the interpersonal student communication was huge. So our university worked with our Student Government Association, with our Campus Activities Programming Board, and we wanted to make sure that we provided direct and clear communication about what the university had planned and disseminating that to all the different organizations and students on campus. So these partnerships really helped our office to engage with our students, not only virtually in fun ways, but it also helped us to develop that sense of community online when a lot of people were just adjusting to what is this going to look like? How long is this going to be? These relationships with students were key to helping the students remain informed to what was happening, keeping them engaged with campus community, and really just helping them adjust to that new virtual environment. Our SGA hosted town halls and town forums with the students. They used that as an opportunity to answer any questions that came up, and it helped our administration see what questions our students had related to the pandemic as all these new things were kind of happening. So what did this lead to? So the second point I have here is just the coping with anxiety. There are a lot of studies that have been done that agree that with the quick evacuation of campus, whether that's from campus that were mandated, have created experiences related to worry, grief, loneliness, general anxiety, and even PTSD symptoms. So there's a study done by Conrad and associates in 2021 that looked at survey data from the universities that indicated students that were required to relocate had worse psychological outcomes compared to those that were not required to relocate. So the moving or relocation typically creates a high stress situation where individuals had these added stresses of unknown variables. And the pandemic, on top of that, it created an environment where worrying and grief and depression, PTSD symptoms were just prevalent in students. So that clear communication that I stressed before, having timelines, having things in place where you can provide logistical support to students throughout any kind of process that comes up is very important to help mitigate some of those anxiety issues that the students may have when we're dealing with something like this, and it'll hopefully help them to navigate some highly stressful situations. So my office, what we focused on was this third point here, was doing virtual events. So before we shut down in March of 2020, we had a team of 5 students that produced 270 events from August of 2019 through March of 2020. Once we switched to online, this group produced another 82 virtual events in a matter of 6 weeks to try to engage our students in different ways. So what did that mean? Well, we had to be creative. So our students planned virtual dance parties, virtual Netflix hangouts, trivia events, virtual painting events, many different options to just continue to try to hang out and engage with fellow students that were stuck in their dorm or trapped at home. And they felt that the students that planned these events for one another, it really helped them provide another outlet outside of the classroom to create those engagement opportunities, to ask their peers questions of what was going on, maybe even share information of what was happening about the latest news, maybe from the university or things that they heard. And all of these different things led just our group to engage more with our students and provide other opportunities for them to think about how they could manage these highly stressful situations and cope with some of that anxiety that was created. In addition to that, I know our office also created a virtual front desk for our students to really engage with our staff more, answer questions in a live format when they couldn't attend, physically to our office. And then in July, when we finally came back to campus, our office actually developed a programming guide that led our campus to kind of host different events in 2021 of fall. So let me get to that slide. So if you go ahead and scan that QR code, if you want to, that'll take you to the virtual programming guide. And what that programming guide did is it provided some safety guidelines. It helped to develop best practice scenarios related to events and programs and activities that you can do when you plan an event. We were also able to safely execute almost 450 different events that were in person in 2020 and 2021. And we served almost 8,000 students with no areas or no issues of community spread at any of the events just by following these guidelines that we set up. So we had mask mandates at the time. Throughout that year, all of our events had to go through a specific process, which are all outlined in that program guide. So what did this mean for us? Let me go to my conclusion. So campus engagement is very important to build community on your campus. It helps to build trust with our students. And some campuses now that are returning after a long hiatus of no in-person engagement, you're trying to rebuild that trust with your students while also establishing relationships and trust with your new students or family members, and even those individuals who have been either out of school for a while or had limited on-campus experience that are transitioning now to higher education. One of the things that we're able to do is provide resources for faculty, staff, and students to identify trauma. That's a very important piece. It'll help them identify students that are exhibiting PTSD symptoms, any students that have stress, anxiety release tools, different techniques. Those have been very important in working with our counseling center here to provide those to our students that have experienced and exhibited a lot of these issues. Another thing that we learned from looking at what happened with our students and the feedback they provided is just trying to meet them where they're at currently. So a lot of the different events and engagement opportunities that we provide, we're trying to meet the students where they're at, so that way it helps them just engage with our faculty, engage with our staff in a way that's meaningful for them. It's creating those connections. It's helping them build mentorship opportunities with our faculty and staff, and it's keeping them engaged to where they're learning more, they're staying on the campus, they're being retained, and then they're graduating. Another important piece too is tapping your campus experts. So likely on your campus, you'll have a lot of individuals that are connected in different ways, that have great relationships with your students. It's important to kind of tap into those experts, use their experience and their expertise when you're building out programs or helping to figure out what to kind of do in a situation like this. And another thing that we really focused on too is listening to your students. Oftentimes when we were creating different programs and things, virtually at home, some of the ideas that they threw out, I was like, I don't know if I'll do that. But then attending them with the students and seeing how much fun they were having, how they were engaging with one another, just listening to them and engaging with their ideas and kind of making them work was something that was very important that we learned from our students. And then finally, the last piece is really just trying to have fun, making sure that whatever you're doing with our students, you're trying to help them, alleviate stress, alleviate any kind of trauma that the campus community may have experienced. So having fun and not forgetting that piece is a very important part. So now I'm going to go ahead, and I know you have questions at the end, so I'm going to transition out to then Ansa.
Thank you, Dr. Pickering. And as I said before, we will be taking questions at the end if possible. We are going to be moving to our next presenters, Dr. Johnson and Dr. Arroyo.
Hello. Hi, I am Dr. Johnson, and of course my peer is Dr. Arroyo. Please at any time, Dr. Arroyo, cut in if I am missing anything.
That sounds good.
Okay. Would you like to say anything or introduce yourself before we get started?
No, I know for time we could just jump right in, and maybe we could circle back as we're talking about the structure of how we came up with the idea of the textbook to introduce ourselves. So start away, Dr. Johnson.
All right. Give me 1 second. I was trying to pull up the PowerPoint, and for some reason, it's trying to give me a little trouble today. I did want to go ahead and get started, though. Sorry, guys. But our presentation is titled Love It or Leave It. I promise you, I'm looking at it right now.
You know what, Dr. Johnson? I will start talking about how we
I got it. I got
go
it.
ahead.
Here it is. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Okay. So it is titled Love It or Leave It. As you may have gotten a sense of already, it is really kind of an overview of the topic of education reform in the aftermath of COVID-19. Just to give you a little bit about me, I'm the Director of E-Administration and Support Services at Florida State College at Jacksonville in Jacksonville, Florida. Because of my position, a lot of what we refer to has to do with the online learning environment and how there was such an impact on it as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, our chapter was chapter 8 in this book overall, and that is why this slide of purpose mentions a little bit of the other chapters. The impact of COVID-19 was so far reaching that it was not just on student services, it wasn't just on online education, it wasn't just on any one thing. And so the book itself is a broad look at higher education and the impact. But our chapter really asks the questions because of this quick pivot during COVID. Was higher education going to start to look at long-term changes of things that were good and things organizationally that were good? And when we started talking about returning to normal, what did that really mean? So our chapter is really a qualitative review consisting of a couple of sources. One, we know during this past 2 to 3 years, there's been a lot of research on what was happening in higher education due to the impact of COVID. Also, we know there's been a lot more college presidents who've been willing to discuss either through writing editorials or simply just putting out there the challenges that they have had. But I was also, because of my position, a part of a couple of conference discussions and conference presentations, one of which was specifically devoted to research institutions, many of them what we call tier 1 research institutions that of course have a much larger budget than the state college in which I work. And that in that case, what we were really able to see is institutions with a lot of financial backing were able to quickly put together learning environments that could accomplish virtually what could no longer be done on a campus environment due to the new protocols that were put in place regarding how many people. To give a quick example of that, there's one particular large institution in which their professor was able to create this virtual learning lab that literally mimicked his lab on campus. Also within it, all chemicals used had the same type of interactions that the students would have gotten in a face-to-face environment, meaning that if something was flammable in the classroom, it was flammable online. And students had instances where their experiments did not work and they would have to start all over again, just as they would in a campus environment. I was also a part of another presentation that specifically focused on state and community colleges, like the one in which I work, but it was focused on those that were in the state of Florida and a couple in the southern part of the United States, the Carolinas, one in New York and one in the North Central. And what I was able to kind of see in that is something we saw in our challenges and successes. So what I was able to see in that one specifically related to the fact that many, even though you have a lot of institutions that are community colleges or state colleges, you're talking about a very diverse group of institutions. I work at an institution that has 38,000 students, but there are other institutions in the state of Florida that don't have half that. And so what you found is when we started to implement these quick changes in higher ed, specifically revolving around online education, a major challenge was the traditionalism of higher ed. And as a part of that traditionalism, there was a hesitancy to accept the validity and legitimacy of online education. The question was put forth, how much were students really going to be able to learn in an online environment? And so that was a challenge that many of the administration and even some of the faculty had to deal with when now they had to put things online. They had to find a way to create a virtual learning environment. Another big issue we had was student readiness. Now, when I say student readiness, there's been a lot of talk in the United States about the digital divide, and we definitely have that. But we also have students who did not have access to a laptop or did not have access to Wi-Fi or very fast speed broadband internet. A lot of times people take for granted, especially in Jacksonville, because it is a large city. If you've never been here or heard of us, they kind of anticipated that all our students would have the resources they needed, but it just wasn't true. And so the institution actually had to loan laptops and also start to really think about having a concrete online learning orientation for students, which had always been voluntary.
And Dr. Josh, I'm going to jump in real quick just to add note of the student readiness, and I'll kind of reintroduce myself. I'm Dr. Rio. I work with dual enrolled students in North Carolina. And as Dr. Johnson said beautifully, the student readiness was such a big key. And the dual enrolled students I work with, we noticed that, and we think younger students would have been ready for this jump into the online learning. They weren't ready as well. And there's some of the barriers that she discussed in regards to not having access to laptops, being in rural areas where internet wasn't available, and then being able to shift their learning to this new online environment. We noticed our demographic of young students were struggling heavily, and they needed extra assistance and with resources as well as education, how to pivot through the online learning environment. So I think we see that the demographic just didn't hit maybe the typical college student age or even older, that our younger dual enrolled students as young as 14 and 15 who were in our college classes here in North Carolina, we're dealing with some of these same issues in regards to being ready and pivoting through and navigating through all online learning. And we noticed that many students also needed a face or different type of learning structures in regards to how the class was being presented. Okay, Jocelyn, handing back to you.
All right. And we also had an element of faculty readiness. We had many faculty, and what we were able to see is that many faculty had only taught on campus. So when they had to transition online, it was now, how do I reframe my entire course to be as good online as it was on campus? So I see I'm running out of time here. So what were some of the successes? Some of the things that my peers brought up, Gabriella, William, and Joe, one of the things they talked about is the quick pivot in virtual services. We definitely had successes as far as virtual advising and the number of students who actually preferred virtual advising. And let me say the average age of our student used to be 27, and now it's closer to 25. And so many of our students are working students. They are married, they have families. So having that virtual option was actually more helpful for their life as they try to access education. Another thing we realized is that if you look across the board at all of the community and state colleges, those that already had a foundation of online courses, such as an online English course, an online math course, an online history course, those institutions, it was much easier for them to pivot to having to offer more classes online. They usually had either a person or a department in place that could assist with that transition. Your smaller institutions really struggled with that aspect. And lastly, it was finally realized is that when you offer multiple modalities, so online, hybrid, high flex, live synchronous, and on campus, you're actually being more inclusive. You're offering a larger number of students to access your services because students have different preferences. So quickly, implications and conclusion. One of the things that we now understand is many institutions have to put more into the faculty development area. Our institution has a Center for Teaching and Learning, and then we also have FSCJ Online. So we offer multiple ways for faculty to be able to develop their personal courses and improve them, or they can use what we call a master course, which has a large amount of content in it that they can either tailor for their needs or do something completely new. Instructional design, one of the things that has happened in the past decade is you have this huge increase in the number of institutions that are hiring instructional designers to design master courses. I can admit many of these are your larger state and community colleges that have budgets to allow that type of hiring personnel because instructional designers can make a relatively healthy salary as compared to a professor or one of your faculty members. And lastly, an administration that is more innovative. Yes, there are a lot of administrators who are very traditional in thinking of higher education. So you do see with them a little bit more urgency to go to what used to be normal. But what you do find is a lot of administrators now realize that you have to have a healthy online area, or at least it can be a supplement to the teaching that goes on at the institution. So in conclusion, what we found is that your institutions with the financial ability will continue to use multiple modalities. I can tell you my institution has really embraced the live synchronous format or HyFlex format, meaning at 6 p.m. every Monday, I meet live with my class online. So it's not the asynchronous traditional fully online where you never see your instructor. So you do see institutions kind of saying, yeah, we need to have multiple modalities for our students. But you are still seeing institutions that are in areas where students kind of struggle with that digital divide. They definitely still need that on-campus environment. And some of them definitely are pushing more in that direction. And I did want to add that a lot of the digital divide, we talk about your lower income city areas, but there's also a huge divide in our rural areas, especially in the Midwest United States, of lacking access to Wi-Fi or at least high-speed broadband. And so lastly, again, institutions that are more traditional board of trustees, you're gonna see them kind of trying to go back to what was. And that is it for us.
Thank you. Very interesting. As promised, if our audience has any questions for either presenters, I'm going to ask that we try to take at least one for each quickly. Are there any questions? Going once? Going twice?
Dr. Grant, Dr. Grant, my hand is up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so go ahead.
This one is for Joseph. I wanted to know if some of those innovative ways that you use throughout COVID to engage your students, if you find that you're continuing to use them or you've abandoned them, or your whole modus operandi has changed in terms of student engagement.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Actually, yes, we've continued to use them. So now when we do our programs, we typically now incorporate some sort of virtual option, whether that's broadcasting the event via Zoom if the contract allows, or creating some sort of virtual engagement opportunities. Whereas traditionally, if it was an on-campus event, then sorry, you had to be there. And if you missed it, you missed it. But because of incorporating all these different opportunities, and what we've seen here at my university as well is the technology. They've invested heavily in the recording technology, the microphones, and all the different facilities here. So now that we have a lot more upgraded technology to actually accommodate that. So yes, we've included that in the events, and we have not totally abandoned it. We try to incorporate some sort of aspect to keep our events more accessible. And that was actually something that I was going to ask one of the other presenters, if they let us ask other questions, was, in y'all's research, have you noticed, your events or, your faculty or in classroom engagement becoming more accessible to students because of the virtual opportunities provided?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Dr. Forrester Grant, this is Dr. Gurapati.
Yes, go ahead, Doc.
I was just wondering if, Dr. Pickering had asked a question, Joe had asked a question with the other presenters. I'd actually like to know what they thought on that. If Dr. Hamilton or Dr. Urio or Dr. Johnson had any response to that.
I think Dr. Johnson had an answer, and I have an answer too. I'll go after her.
Yes, actually, I will tell you that surprisingly, we had a couple full-time faculty who, okay, even though we're all FSCJ, sometimes online is looked at as taking students away instead of adding to. But we have had a couple of successes where we had full-time tenured faculty. We had a couple to fall in love with the online environment. And for us, that is a lot. So all of a sudden we had faculty who were willing to design courses and really wanted to up their online engagement, to also using OER, openly available resources. And I'm here to tell you, we have a lot of faculty that were very much traditional. You're going to pay $200 for this book. Everything's going to be on campus. So we had a couple of what we call small wins that we'll take. We do have a couple more faculty that were really finding ways to engage online. And then we have, you know, some who are kind of digging their heels in, so to speak.
So I can answer this question from in two angles. So I think Joe was asking one about the student engagement side and doing virtual events and looking at engagement. And then I think also piggybacking off of what Answell was saying in her presentation about having like synchronous sessions, for example, in classes. You know, my institution and other colleagues at other institutions, definitely there's this trend of having more synchronous events and more synchronous sessions in online courses. And I'll focus on the latter part. So online courses where they didn't have, that were fully asynchronous before, but now they are incorporating things like Zoom sessions on a weekly basis. So I think it's, from the data I've seen, data I've collected, I think one of the interesting findings is the students that tend to go to the synchronous sessions tend to be the students that are already higher achieving students, right? So if we thought of synchronous sessions as being like an intervention that's designed to engage students that would otherwise maybe be disengaged and not succeed, I worry, thinking about that digital divide situation, that the same things that are facilitating access to technology are the same things that are related to the other things related to high achievement, so higher engagement with the courses. So that is one concern. So the students that I want to attend, or that faculty, we want our faculty to be engaging with, are not the students that are necessarily coming to those synchronous sessions. For the student engagement side as well, it's the same thing. So those events are oftentimes being, in terms of the students that are participating, are students that are already participating across the board, right? They're just like, they're super engaged students, super conscientious, all that stuff. And it's oftentimes the really hard to reach populations that are not self-selecting to engage in these things that we're designing for them. And that raises a very interesting question about like interventions and designing interventions for really hard to reach populations. So my office, we try to help other departments do that. And it's one of the hardest things to do without being overly aggressive, right? So there are all sorts of different interventions and ways of reaching these populations, but oftentimes that approach is not perceived as being, is perceived negatively towards populations. I don't know how to put that, but anyway, so that's kind of my answer though, is like, I don't know that those types of things are necessarily benefiting the students that need to benefit the most. That would be my concern as well.
Will, I kind of concur with that, because we've had such a large number of students to take online classes. We have students that have not done well and probably would not have taken an online class if they didn't feel like they were herded into it. And as a result, for some of our subject areas, for instance, the one mandated, so like some of the math classes that they have to take, we do find that there's a higher percentage of those who are not passing versus the ones who are taking those math classes on campus. And we do have a couple mechanisms. Well, so for instance, we have an early alert system to reach out to those students. But what we find is if they did not want to communicate with their instructor, they do not want to communicate with us. So we do have that as an issue as well. And we're trying to figure out a way to fix it, but haven't quite found it yet.
Yeah,
And I
there's
would
some.
just,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, and I would just know, and when from institutions are now going back to this pre-COVID behavior, thinking that's going to be the best answer to these problems. And I'm saying some of my institutions I'm working with are now thinking, instead of being innovative and trying to figure out what's this balance or what could be a compromise of both, we're going back to these pre-COVID activities and straying away from the online environment in some of the areas I'm working for. So I'm seeing definitely what these results and these problems are, but I'm worried about how the institutions are executing answers and solutions to it and not going backwards. Will, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's a good point. Yeah, I think to Ansela's point, there are just a group of students that chose online learning because they want the quickest path without any interruptions to getting their degree. But we also know as administrators and those interested in student success is that engagement is really important. So like, you know, it's a really tough one to grapple with. Now, I think to not be overly cynical, I think that if you can catch some students, even a small group of students that are on the margin that might have not engaged before, but by offering this, whether it's a student affairs side or whether it's in the classroom, by offering it, you're catching even one or two students right now in higher education that's suffering so much. It might be beneficial, right? If it doesn't cost that much in terms of resources to offer these things, then it still might be worth doing it, even if you're not getting that many students, or even if you're getting students that would engage anyway. So I'm trying not to be too cynical about it, but I think it's a really hard issue to grapple with right now.
From the enrollment point of view at my institution, are we going back to normal? I don't know. Due pre-COVID times, we would offer on-ground classes and online classes of exactly the same course, and the on-ground classes will fill up in a second. COVID came and we had the classes with synchronous sessions and the asynchronous classes, and those with synchronous sessions would fill up faster because I think we were used to being engaged with people. We were used to be social, but now I work on these schedules, asynchronous online classes, those fill up, and I'm canceling on-ground classes right and left because nobody wants to come back to campus for many of the reasons you guys said, maybe financial reasons, ease of just taking a class and get it done as easy as possible. But it's been very hard to get those students engaged again, whether they are in the classroom or in an asynchronous class. And I don't know when this cycle will change or if this is a change forever.
I almost think it may be a change, if not forever, for a long time. We have had a 10% drop in enrollment this year, and it may have been even more last year because we definitely noticed, at least at my campus, the student population is much lower. Now, our fully online classes fill first, but the way we are here, even if all of the online classes are full, we will not add until at least the live synchronous are full. So we could potentially have more students if we started adding more sections before all of the live synchronous are on campus filled up. So we actually have a method here that may not be to our best benefit. But I think another thing, and I hate to bring this up because I feel like I'm taking us off track. I think another thing really hindering us right now, at least FSCJ, is we have a lot of discussion on student loan debt. And Jacksonville is also an area where the cost of living has gotten far more expensive than it used to be. And I think we're seeing some of that impact on our student population, even though we don't yet have the data to back that up.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting discussion, very interesting findings. Many of the things that you have highlighted, many of the challenges and issues that you have highlighted in your presentations, we do experience here as well at Excelsior Community College, especially where the digital divide is concerned and students having access to the gadgets and devices they need to facilitate or to participate in online learning. so we can actually identify with the findings that you have presented. Thank you all very much for a very informative session. I know that the audience enjoyed and they have something to take away with them. So thank you again, and thanks for being a part of our Research Day activities. Just a reminder, we still have a live trade show going on our landing page, and you can also find additional information regarding how you can access remaining activities for today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone can hear me clearly?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you all. Very interesting presentations indeed. We are moving into our final set of presentations for this afternoon. We have lined up 3 different seminar presentations. We will be listening to Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson, Mrs. Evora Thompson, and Dr. Nanibala Paul. I hope I'm calling that name correctly. And then our second presenters will be Mrs. Tamara Scott McFarlane and Miss Yolanda Henry. Our third presentation will be Miss Shireen Walker. All right, so we have those presentations that are coming up in this final segment, and we're a little bit behind, so I want to just go straight into it and just to share with you a little bit about our first set of presenters. My name is Andrea Sparks Henry, and I'll be your moderator for this final session. All right, I know I saw Dr. Johnson earlier.
I'm here.
Okay, and your team members?
And I'm alone today.
Oh, you are alone.
For them. Yes.
Okay. All right, so Dr. Smith-Johnson will be presenting on preparing the post-pandemic workforce for the cruise and hospitality industry. And just a little bit about Dr. Thompson before she comes on. Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson is Dean of the Faculty of General Studies at the Caribbean Maritime University. Her research interest includes maritime education and training, curriculum development, sustainable higher education, quality assurance, and equity in education. She is a Short to Teachers College alumna and received her PhD from NCU. Now, Dr. Johnson, we turn over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen for the presentation. I would like to apologize for the absence of my co-authors, Mrs. Evora Mace Thompson and Dr. Yes, you had it right, Dr. Nanibala Paul. They're both from Mandeville. Mrs. Thompson is a lecturer at Knox Community College, where she specializes in the hospitality area, and Dr. Paul is a curriculum specialist. They both have exigencies that they have to attend to. So I am winging it today. I want to introduce our research. I want to say first that what we have here is a published robust literature review, the beginning of our look at what we will have to do by way of curriculum and curriculum change as we go through the pandemic, looking at the hospitality and cruise shipping workforce. We realized that in 2019, just before the pandemic, the Jamaica Information Service predicted for us that we would have over 41,000 job vacancies in the cruise and hospitality industry, tourism industry by this year, 2022. And they did that in 2019. And we realized that those growth figures were saying to us that we would have a robust output of graduates, and we would, in our cruise industry and the competency-based training, and we would have places for them to work. And then came 2020, then came the pandemic, and what we had I could probably say that, a total shutdown of the cruise and the hospitality industry. Tourism ground to a halt, and we saw that the 160,000 strong hospitality and tourism workforce was out of a job. Now, Monday, August 16, 2021, that's last year, we saw that the cruise ship, the Carnival Sunrise, huge ship, made a scheduled call at the port of Ocho in St. Anne, Jamaica. It was the first cruise line that was to call in our island since the cruise tourism industry was crippled by COVID-19 pandemic. And what we saw with that call of the Carnival Sunrise is that new protocols were in place to govern the safety of crew, the interaction of crew with guests on board, and just generally, we saw that these protocols fit into the greater framework of protocols that emerged in the hospitality industry during the pandemic or post-pandemic. And we are thinking that these protocols safely predict what we will need as educators and competency-based trainers to guide our organizations and training institutions as we walk into a post-pandemic future. And that is why we embarked on this examination of the literature. So it was exploratory, and we examined the literature through the lenses of Fullan 2006. Michael Fullan, a Canadian educator who espouses that change in education must take a certain route, and we looked at what we saw through his theory. So we know that this will have some value for students, educators, trainers in the hospitality industry. And what we did was we made an examination of peer-reviewed material, and we looked at the literature on the cruise and hospitality industry in the Caribbean region, in Jamaica, and we looked extensively at Fullan and at some of the underpinning theories of competency-based education and training. And we looked at those theories in relation to the hospitality industry and, of course, post-COVID. So here are some things that jump out of us from what we did. We realized that Fullan says change in education and training modalities are seldom sudden and pervasive. And interestingly, all of that was debunked with the pandemic. Change was sudden, change was pervasive, but we can still take some good lessons from Fullan. He says that change, his theory is one of action. And he says that we can use his thoughts to move from our current state to a desired future. That is the essence of what Fullan presents in his theory of educational change. And COVID-19 pandemic rendered relevant indices that account for change, rendered some of those irrelevant. The pandemic forced change upon us, and we found still that we could look through Fullan's lenses and make some notes for what we ought to do going forward. So Fullan postulates that in educational change, the practitioners must be, and all stakeholders must be motivated. We realize that the pandemic placed the cruise and hospitality, education and training, and all other sectors of education, by the way, into full survival mode. We just heard some presentations about how we continued general education online. So we recognize that the sustained viability of the hospitality and cruise sector will engender the intrinsic motivation that all educators and trainees will need to adapt to any exigencies in the post-pandemic context. If people hear that the market says you are not going to get a job if you are not vaccinated, that one is touchy. Chances are some people make up their mind about vaccination. If people hear that you have to be wearing some sort of personal protective clothing, then chances are people will go to the job with these things in place. Fullan says that apart from motivation as a necessary change tool in education, there must be focus on capacity building. And we realize that the business of cruise and hospitality education and training have to seek to sustain capacity building initiatives. We have to ensure that we are customer focused, and we have to look at some what we call here creative survival techniques. It demands, Fullan says, change in education demands that we learn in context, and that is exactly what is happening post-pandemic. Well, we are not in post-pandemic, but in these years, we are dealing with things that we have never seen before. And so we have to be looking at strategies to be employed in our industry, even as we are going through the issue of the pandemic. Fullan's theory says that change in education must have a bias towards reflective action, and we realize that this bias will lead to meaningful change. And this bias also will demand the constant iteration of the plan, do, check, act, deeming cycle, where we are looking at continual improvement in the cruise and hospitality, education and training industry, and we have to find that route to sustain viability. And that helps us to embrace Fullan's fifth idea that when we embark on change in education, we have to be persistent and we have to be flexible. And so these are traits that we have to hammer into our training and in the practitioners for the industry that we are preparing. We have to demand flexibility and persistence if we are focused on continuity, or we are just going to go out of business, both as trainers and as people to work in the marketplace. Now, how do we factor in competency-based education and training? Based on what we saw from the literature, we realized that the pandemic unveiled critical weaknesses in global tourism and in academia in terms of curricula, and has pointed out that most of the training methods and techniques and pedagogies and subject areas that we were looking at, we had to change in this time of crisis in order to better prepare for our response and recovery policies, strategies, and for research. We found that post-pandemic activity amongst workers in the cruise and hospitality industry will demand some new consequences too. So we, for example, have moved in the pandemic from a high touch kind of space in cruise and hospitality to a high-tech space. And this has improved on customer service, but we have had a lot of automation and there is limited face-to-face contact. It means that the people that we prepare for the industry have to now get high-tech and have to know that face-to-face, well, we heard it in the presentation before this one, people are opting out of face-to-face school because they have gotten used to being online. Think now about the hospitality industry. The passenger on board vessel or even a stopover trip in a hotel will probably not want to come into physical contact with too many people. How do we train people for the industry? Well, three major areas emerged as we thought about competency-based education and training for the cruise and hospitality industry. We realized that we have to focus on technological competencies as we retrain, retool, and change. We realized that we have to also focus on safety and sanitation competencies. And we realize that we have to focus on resilience competencies. Let's just summarize those quickly. The technological competencies. The nature of service in the cruise and hospitality industry has been impacted by factors such as social distancing guidelines. And so the simultaneity of service encounters have been replaced by digitization and automation. And this has resulted in a shift from, as we said before, high touch to high tech. We may see a robot wheeling itself around with the drinks on board rather than a smiling bartender from whom we'll collect the drink. It means that probably our training has to now say that we need to have somebody who can pilot this AI thing rather than just serve the drink with a smile. And we have agreed amongst ourselves as researchers that we need new communication technologies to be taught to our students in this post-pandemic era. And guest services will revolve around these, so we have to get it into our curriculum. We focused on safety and sanitation competencies, and as the information emerged, this is what we saw. The UNWTO, UN World Trade Organization 2020, focused on education and training for personnel in safety and security protocols, as well as safe service delivery. And we find from one of our sources, Bulchand and Gimwald 2020, that this led to the emphasizing of a need for persons to have appropriate hygiene and cleaning procedures throughout the experience of interacting with tourists in the cruise and hospitality industries. We saw in the Jamaican space and probably farther afield, where even signage about how to wash one's hands properly came into view. It is not sufficient to just wipe one's hand on a towel and get back to task. We have to focus on safety and sanitation. And personal safety and sanitation is one area. The safety and sanitation of tools, work areas, and rooms and other things. Think about pleasure crafts, getting on, let's say, a yacht or something like that. How do we ensure that the next set of users are comfortable, that this place has been properly sanitized and is safe to be used? These are competencies that will have to be plugged into our curricula and will have to be passed on to the workforce that we're preparing. We also focused on resilience competencies because we saw that coming out of the literature. Fulham in 2006 lists 2 competencies that are fundamental for meaningful change. And they fall under these resilience competencies. And these are persistence and flexibility. He noted that for there to be continuity in any sector or industry, it will require that practitioners adapt quickly to change. Sometimes we don't like change. Curriculum has always been fixed for a certain period of time. It means that we have to recognize that things have been disrupted, and we must have the capacity to overcome difficulties and seek out solutions. This is resilience. This is something that has to be passed on either overtly in the curriculum, probably as a course in itself, or it has to be emphasized and planned for of sorts in the co-curriculum, and also has to be emphasized in the hidden curriculum, because this resilience is necessary for the sustained viability of the education sector and of the cruise and hospitality industry. And that was emphasized in the literature. It is not sufficient for people to say, okay, I'm trained and this is the end of my training. It means that in the same way that people are getting booster shots, we have to probably call back in the workforce at some time and offer new courses that will lend them some flexibility and will encourage persistence. And this is part and parcel of being able to be resilient and to ensure that we stay in business. We recognize that when the marketplace gives us clear messages about its needs, we as educators have to make those adaptations in our curriculum, or we'll be training a group of people, a labor force that is not a best fit for the space in which it is working. So, Sunit 2021 pointed out that practitioners should inculcate in learners resilient thinking or resilience competencies to manage disasters, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. We found out that relationships and results will need to be the new focus of competency-based education and training in the preparation of the post-pandemic workforce for the cruise and hospitality industry, relationships and results. And though the customer focus will remain for the industry workers, the workforce will need to learn to interact with tourists via touchless applications, simulations, and virtual interactions. And based on all of that, we concluded in short that there will need to, the review showed us that there are new and emerging competencies that are driven by the pandemic. And these must be reflected in CBT, in our curricula, in our practices. We must have a robust educational change, and this will be required to prepare the workforce for the post-pandemic workforce for the cruise and hospitality industry. I tried to rush through that to use the time well, but the paper was published in Emerald's Journal of World Hospitality and Tourism Themes, and all the work cited can be found in Emerald in the What Journal. And that is it. Thank you.
We thank you to Dr. Johnson for your presentation. I think we can take maybe one or two quick questions. Any questions for Dr. Johnson? All right, maybe not yet. So maybe towards the end of the other presentations, if there are any questions, we can address them then. All right, hotel and the cruise industry is really very important, of course, to the development of our local and national economies. And so a very critical part of that would be to have really competent persons in the industry who are in a state of readiness to deal with whatever those changes are. And so very, very good, excellent review, Dr. Johnson, on the areas that we need to focus on to have those competent persons in the industry. Right, we thank you for such an appropriate and fitting discussion.
Thank you.
All right, so we are gonna go forward into our next presentation. This presentation will come to us from our very own Miss Yolanda Henry and Miss Tamara Scott McFarlane. They are going to be presenting to us on the presence in the online academic writing class in a Jamaican community college. And just before we invite the presentation, let me give you a little background about our two presenters. So Miss Yolanda Henry is an educator, or has been an educator, with over 25 years of experience. She has a BA in mass communication and an MA in counseling psychology. Miss Henry is also a mentor in the Heart NSTA Trust mentorship program and is actively involved in other youth empowerment initiatives where she seeks to positively influence young people. Mrs. Tamara Scott McFarlane is a language educator, team leader, and editor. She is a self-directed, action-oriented educator with demonstrated exceptional abilities in using problem solving, people management, and motivational skills to establish cooperative professional relationships. She has exemplified superior communication skills, very proficient at editing documents for cohesion and structure, while of course maintaining the voice of the writers. She has the proven ability to achieve high quality work with minimal supervision. She's passionate about nurturing young minds and assists them in developing productive individuals who are compassionate yet critical thinkers. Mrs. Scott McFarlane has held various positions of special responsibility here at Excelsior, which includes head and deputy head of schools of engineering, logistics and built environment, and education and workforce development and liberal arts. She holds a Master's of Education degree in language education and a Bachelor of Arts in communication language from the University of the West Indies. She's also a graduate from the Michael University College, where she earned her diploma in education, specializing in English and history. All right, we welcome both Ms. Henry and Mrs. Tamara Scott McFarlane to make their presentations to us.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks, Mrs. Sparks Henry. Almost never recognized the person you were introducing. I'm Tamara Scott McFarlane, and co-presenter Yolanda Henry. And so we get our presentation off. Ms. Henry.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying for this presentation. And so, as we decided to look at presence, particularly in this new normal, we recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic has really made things a bit difficult for many educators and students. As a matter of fact, the UN in 2020 noted that over 1.6 billion learners in more than 150 countries have been significantly affected by COVID-19. And here in Jamaica, we are so very well aware of that. As a result, most institutions had to close their doors, and that has impacted over 94% of students. But more importantly, which I think is most applicable to our context, is that 99% of students in low and lower middle income countries, to which Jamaica would fall apart, find that they have been adversely affected. As a result, both educators and students have had to re-evaluate and re-envision the teaching learning practices, as has been noted by Singh et al. 2022. Now, many researchers have discovered that one thing that will determine optimal learning is the establishment of presence, particularly in the online environment. So we decided to look at three things. What are the benefits of instructional and social presence in online learning? What are strategies that instructors use to ensure presence in the classroom? And very importantly, what are students' perception of the importance of social presence in an academic writing class at a community college, or in the academic writing classes at a community college?
No, it's important that we appreciate that what we do in the online space is not the very same thing that we can do within the face-to-face engagement. So we needed to explore that. How do we ensure that our students are getting the maximum? Now, before we start any discussion on that, we need to appreciate positionality, because it can affect the outcome of the results and biases, perceived or otherwise. And so one of the researchers, it must be made clear, acted in dual roles, both as a researcher and a lecturer facilitating that particular course. Now, what are the implications of this research? One, we do have a robust online learning department, and so information coming from this can assist in training modules, not only for the generic online courses, but more for the specialists in academic writing. Then we can assist in making class sizes, recommendations for class sizes. How do we assign groups, the nature of our assignment? And to take the words of one of our very own, Goodapati 2021, who spoke about using our theoretical model, the community of inquiry, to promote epistemic engagement in education research within community college. Now, what are the limitations? Well, it was a single case study. Understandably, a multiple case study would have allowed the researchers to be able to do some comparisons and to better appreciate certain, enhance the reliability and the rigor of this particular research. Now, what's the theoretical framework that we're operating with? The community of inquiry. And this theory or model was first advanced by Garrison Anderson Archer. And within that, as the diagram suggests, that there are three overarching presents, and all of them are interconnected to the educational experience that the students will have with us. So there's the idea of social presence, cognitive, and teaching presence. So what do we mean by our social presence? What do we mean by the various presences? So for the teaching presence, we're actually looking at the instructor themselves. How is it that they plan, facilitate, and direct any sort of intellectual engagement? What are the activities that they speak to? Rogue, Archer, and Garrison spoke to the idea of the design and organization of the instruction, the facilitation of the discussion, as well as guiding instructions. When we talk about social presence, we're looking at how the student identifies with members of their learning community. And in this case, we have to zero in on social presence because they need to understand not only their classmates, but their facilitators. Then there's cognitive presence. This is the degree to which our learners construct and build knowledge through the active discussions and individual reflections. And so ultimately, students must be stimulated within that environment to sort of trigger some sort of intellectual discourse. Ms. Henry?
All right, so we recognize that if students are not fully engaged, they can become frustrated, and this can really have a serious impact on their academic process. Now, what the pandemic has done is to put students in a space where many times, they feel isolated and they are striving to find solutions to complete the work that has been assigned to them as well as they're able to. And this can be a bit overwhelming for them, particularly if they don't have the sort of connections that they would have under normal circumstances. So as a result, there are many barriers that they will encounter that will help to increase their growing anxiety, apprehension, and loss of connection, not just with their peers, but with faculty members as well. Now, from that, we can extrapolate that there are a number of benefits, therefore, that can be derived from presence, whether it is social, instructor, or cognitive presence. Number one, there is greater student engagement. There are more positive academic outcomes as people feel a part of what they're doing in a constructivist environment. There is also a greater sense of collaboration because students and staff will now have to work together to achieve outcomes. There's also improvement in critical thinking skills. And interestingly, not just the critical thinking skills of students, but faculty as well. And then there is this sense of an online community. You're a part of something bigger than yourself. Another, and by no means the list is exhaustive here, is increased cooperation and commitment among students. And so we find that students' perception becomes very important. Kai Blankson et al., 2019, for example, noted that students actually rank what is most important to them in terms of presence. This for us as doing this research was a bit surprising, because I, for example, personally thought that social presence would be #1 priority for them. Interestingly enough, we're finding that the teaching presence, so what we do as faculty, is very important because it plays a more important role than cognitive presence and social presence.
All right, so what we're going to do, instead of looking at the strategies, we're going to focus on very quickly on the methodology. So it was a single case explanatory case study. And why explanatory case study? Because it allows us to examine the whole of a phenomena without much intervention on the part of the researcher. So it's necessary to do that. We wanted to understand the how of things, the why of things. We had 30 students who were participants, 12 males, 18 females. It was purposive sampling. We had 5 facilitators. The inclusion criteria is that they must be enrolled in or facilitating. Well, they must be enrolled in a level 1 or year 1 academic writing course, and it had to be exclusively online. Data was collected using semi-structured interviews, focus group discussions for the students, as well as observation. We did inductive coding, and so we were able to get some themes coming out, and these themes emerged as we manipulated the data. Now, what were the findings? For very quickly, this speaks to the breakdown of the demographics. We saw that our students ranked from age 17 to 23. So we're saying that we captured a wide enough demography, and we had a nice blend of male and female students giving their account in this research. Now, from the findings, there were 4 primary themes that came out. So one was the nature of the interactions. And so the students reported that they look forward to interacting with their classmates in class, even though they never knew them, they've never met them. And for the most part, they never even saw their faces online. There is the emotional support. And what we do, we're mixing the findings with the discussion given the time limit. So in terms of emotional support, one student we refer to as student B noted that I look forward to the opportunity to interact with my teacher before class. Student C spoke about the mental health check-in and the fact that the facilitators listened to their problems. They were able to share freely, even if that facilitator could not assist them with their problems. They appreciated that, initial discussion with them in class before actual instructional engagement began. Then the idea came out of ownership of learning. They felt empowered to do what they needed to do, and so they could get clarity on the assignments even outside of class. Some of the feedback coming out of the focus group discussion was the fact that they could WhatsApp, they could email, they could expect a response on their assignment as long as they sent that request. So they felt more comfortable sharing that. And also felt that instructions were clear. Yes, instructions were clear. Just to add, a couple of students said that they felt more comfortable because they could use the chat section, and sometimes their facilitators would respond to the chat, vocalizing what was said, reading it out loud for others to hear in the event that they missed that question or it was sent privately. So they felt comfortable in that regard. Remember not to mute your mic, Miss Henry.
In the same way that our students, gave their take on what worked for them, what we found in interviewing the facilitators was not just a reflection on their practices, but they also noted that it was very important for students to feel that they were in a safe space, because it would appear that the online environment made students vulnerable. And so they were not able to say interact as they would in a face-to-face and get to know persons in the same way, you know, read body language, expression, even though in an ideal environment, these things could be facilitated. And so facilitators said it was very important for them to create an environment where people felt that they could freely express themselves. Not that the emphasis was on a wrong or a right answer, but more on empowering the students. And this was done, for example, through a very, very common thing that we use, for example, in Zoom, you know, breakout rooms that students could interact with each other in a smaller group than they would in the larger class setting. And so those were utilized a lot. And in those breakout rooms and as a general class, use was also made of games to engage students, to get them to just relax, to get them to just unwind, right? And so from that, we recognize the importance now of not just the social engagement, the social presence, you know, that because we're social beings and that is important to students. But what also came out was how important it was for for the faculty to have proper instructional strategies in place to actually engage students and empower them.
All right, so where do we go from here? No, we stated earlier about what our limitations. We recognize that this was a single case study. Now, to get the sort of rigor that we would need to make determinations, it's important that we try to undertake a multi-case study, look at what other institutions are doing, speak to other facilitators, expand that knowledge base and make the comparison so that we can appreciate what happens at different levels. One of the things that we could also look at is how is it that the presence will impact student achievement. So what we didn't do was to link the responses of the students to their academic output. So that's something that we can explore. And of course, examine the extent to which that presence will impact this level of student engagement, the attrition and the retention rates. So we're seeing presence not just simply as a response to COVID-19, but generally speaking, that's the trajectory. We're going towards either hybrid or a fully online for some courses. And so it's important then that we truly appreciate how educators utilize or implement presence and how students understand that presence. Ms. Henry?
And I guess one of our greatest takeaway tomorrow is the idea that while many persons saw the COVID-19 pandemic as a threat, it has actually provided unique opportunities that can assist both students and facilitators to enhance practice and to actually enhance their, not just their academic outcomes, but their social outcomes as they are able now to, you know, increase that critical thinking skill that they may need to improve upon, and just to also find ways of engaging others in unprecedented circumstances.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for patiently listening to the feedback from our research, and we will welcome questions at the end of our presentations. Mrs. Sparks-Henry, back to you.
Yes, we thank you, Mrs. Scott McFarlane and Ms. Henry for your presentation. Can we take a question or two? Are there any questions for the team? All right, not hearing any questions. All right, so again, chances are there might be at the end of the final presentation so we can take them there. All right, so we certainly thank you ladies again. COVID-19 has really changed the way we do things. You know, our education environment, I think, will never be the same. And so we really have to adapt. I think online is here to stay. You know, we saw just last week, MWC went on strike, and there were some schools that had to go off. But students did not miss anything because they went online, right? And so it's really a fitting presentation because we certainly want to, you know, to use some of those strategies to cultivate and maintain this presence in our sessions. All right, so we thank you again for your presentation. We're gonna go into our final presentation for this afternoon. This presentation comes to us from one of our very own, Miss Shireen Walker, and she will be talking to us about the role of global market trends in guiding program offerings in tertiary education. Now, just a little bit about Miss Walker before she comes on. Miss Walker holds a Master's of Art in Teaching and a Bachelor's of Science degree in General Chemistry, double minors in Environmental Chemistry and Botany from the University of the West Indies, Mona. In addition to education leadership certification, she attained certification as a trained career coach from the International Association of Professional Career College, and she's also a trained NCT vet assessor. Ms. Walker began teaching STEM-related courses in 2010. Her tertiary experience includes serving the Student Services Division of the University of West Indies as resident advisor, chemical engineering lecturer. She was at the Caribbean Maritime University. She started serving the ECC community as a science lecturer, as well as an advisor for the Center for Occupational Studies course program. She's now an administrator of our newest unit of the college, which is our Excel Academy, where she's now the acting principal director of the academy. Ms. Walker, we turn over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Henry. Hearing me clearly?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I know we have been here from morning, so I won't keep you for long. Okay, so I'm just basically sharing with you the relevance of the role of global market trends in guiding tertiary education program offerings. And of course, this is relevant to us as tertiary institutions because we want to ensure that our output is aligned with the industry needs, the industry demands, and we don't want students to leave here, you know, trying to find themselves not able to occupy their niche or locate their niche. So we want to ensure that whatever we do, it's aligned by market trends to ensure that we offer the best opportunities for our students. Okay, so the workforce is basically empowered by tertiary institutions. They guide proposals for making decisions through innovative research findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Of course, normally, the managerial and supervisory skills, the theories behind them are taught during our tenure at college or university and then developed further in the workforce. Of course, there are realities outside of the borders of any tertiary institution. And of course, we want the industry to have an influence on our output.
So where are we now in terms of development? We have heard of Industrial Revolution 4.0, but since 2020, interestingly, since the pandemic, we are now in the 5th segment of the Industrial Revolution. Where do we stand where this is concerned? Are the market trends guiding our program offerings here at Excelsior, at other tertiary institutions? So we just want to look at, the challenges as well as the opportunities that presents itself for us to better prepare for the re-emergence of somewhat normal life. While the pandemic still exists, we are considering a 5th wave, but we are also seeing better days. We have better technological advances for us to treat this pandemic, treat this virus. We understand the virus more. So persons are looking at going back to a level of normalcy. So we are basically going to identify the theories that support market-driven programs, explore the agility of tertiary institutions in a dynamic workforce, understand the challenges for developing countries, and provide strategies and solutions to meet those gaps, basically. Now, there's a theory, relatively old but still relevant, that explains that investment should be made in education in order to develop what is a human capital stock. And of course, our graduates would become that pool or would contribute to that pool of human capital stock. And this therefore drives economic development. So the decisions from the industry would guide what we offer so that we can contribute quality. So basically, the economic prosperity and functioning of a nation depend on its physical and human capital stock, according to Almendarez in 2011. So market trends therefore guide the decision from curriculum structure to program design, and an harmonious relationship needs to be established so that the relevant stakeholders will have a contribution when decisions are being made. For we don't want to spend our resources where it is not needed. You want to meet a demand, and you want to ensure that your programs are able to meet not just local and regional demand, but you want them to meet rather the global demand of the workforce. So it is important that if we were to consider education as a driving force to build the workforce or to build that human capital stock, we have to develop that human resource. And basically, this will channel the creation of economic and social transformation. And to further concretize this, we, as educators and administrators, must align our programs with ministry or industry trends rather. And therefore we introduce the term agility. What does it mean to be agile? And this is a common terminology in the marketplace, agility, your ability to respond to change, to not just to respond from a localized perspective, but institutional or regional perspective. What changes can we make? And the perfect opportunity to really test our systems, to identify what is really strong, what are the weak points in our system, how we can revamp our processes to ensure that we better survive that pool of human capital to the industry demands. Okay, so we need to look at our management support system to facilitate change and to provide necessary modification in curriculum structure. We need to establish relationship between, of course, the industry stakeholders and the tertiary institution. And not just at the managerial level, but we need to promote agility among faculty members to tailor the delivery of the programs to align with that of industry. So it's not just about, you know, completing those grades, completing the curriculum, submitting the grades. On completion of the course, are they ready to deal with that aspect of the course when they go in the work world? Are they adequately prepared? What are the partnerships that are established to give the students the confidence that when they leave fresh out of university or college, are they really prepared to take on the demand of the job that they land? And for us, as a developing country, you know, we have many challenges. You know, they include compliance with tuition payments, and this would affect the procurement of items to enhance the students' learning experience. For those students that have learning difficulties, they would need additional time for completion and certification, and then that gives somewhat delays by which persons are added to the workforce. And recently we would have seen the debate with our Prime Minister considering contracting overseas employees for areas that are in high demand, but we don't have enough persons to meet the demand. Whereas we have persons that can meet the demand, are they adequately trained in enough time to meet that demand? And are they given a competitive salary to be comfortable to work locally? So those are some of the challenges that affect the local workforce. What can we consider to bridge the gap between the classroom and the marketplace? Of course, greater industrial support for local institutions, investing in our educational institutions. That would be one of the solutions. I know currently at Excelsior Community College, we have partnered with the Ministry of Tourism through the Tourism Enhancement Fund to train persons in hospitality and tourism management at the high school level, a part of their sixth form program to meet the demand of the hospitality workforce. And this program prepared the students for supervisory level jobs in the hotel industry. And of course, government funding. As I mentioned earlier, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and since 2020, we have the sixth form pathway program where students leaving grade 11 now have the opportunity to be funded for their associate degree, as well as NCT VET, City and Guild, CSEC, and CAPE certificates. What else can we do to bridge the gap between the classroom and the marketplace? Of course, we need to consider our lesson design. Can it be chalk and talk? Are assessments aligned with industry expectations when we prepare our papers? While we meet the curriculum demands of the paper, is that aligned with the context of the workforce? We also need to strengthen our mentoring networks between our management and students. Students need to know the opportunities available to them, the options available to them if they're experiencing challenges. Of course, providing opportunities, the marketing opportunities for industry, because of course, industry looks at product at the end of the day. They are looking at their output, they're looking at their profit. While they make an investment in education, what is education offering those institutions other than just adding to the workforce? They provide marketing opportunities for the industry players. Of course, psychosocial support for students as they navigate social and emotional challenges. And this is very important. Normally when a student many students come upon a challenge, the first thing they think of, okay, I'm going to take a break from school. I'm going to, pause this program. But before that is done, explore other avenues. Maybe there are opportunities for support that they may have overlooked. So they need to be guided as to how to be resilient when they are facing difficult times. Of course, we need to develop the soft skills of our students. While we consider bridging that gap, while we consider integrating our students into the workforce more often or giving them opportunities, we also have to protect the company's integrity and reputation. And we have to enable our students to move into the workspace with a level of integrity, with a level of maturity, so that they will uphold the reputation of the institution as well as impress those in the marketplace. We also need to integrate document sharing between stakeholders and industry. The colleges and universities must always have access to employment opportunities, so to best prepare our students or to channel them in the direction they need to go upon completion. Of course, the graduate database can also be provided or readily accessed to the industry if they need information, if they need graduates that have certain skill sets. This information must be readily available. About 2 weeks ago, I was at a conference where there was a panel discussion, and hoteliers were there saying, we need 100 workers, we need 200 workers. No, a database readily available. But the two were not, before that event, that information was not readily available. So, of course, information sharing, proper documentation needs to be in place. And of course, those are my few words, insights, and I welcome your feedback and your questions at this time. Mrs. Henry?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Walker, for your presentation. Do we have any questions for Ms. Walker at this time? All right, there are no questions. All right, we did say that if there were questions for the other presenters as well, that we could probably take them at this time. So maybe about one, if there are any, for Ms. Walker or any of our other previous presenters. Okay, I see your hand, Mrs. Scott McFarlane. You may go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Dr. Johnson made an interesting comment that I really would have loved for her to follow up on. She spoke about the need to infuse resilience in the curriculum. Can you expand on that a bit for me, please? It is so interesting, yeah, how do we do that?
Dr. Johnson?
Thank you so much for that question. When we were looking at the literature, we too asked ourselves the question. And the truth is, I need to say that we did not do any other form of data collection, any primary data collection. So we didn't ask practitioners how. That's something we have to embark on. But one of the things that we theorized is that how tasks are performed probably will lend itself to an understanding of resilience and the practice of resilience. So for example, if instead of asking for recall only in assessment and making assessment a summative thing, we could probably have assessment as part of learning and ask persons to apply critical thinking to completing an assessment that is part and parcel of teaching and learning. And so when people get things wrong and have to probably do the cooperative learning skills, use the cooperative learning skills to work through solution-oriented discovery learning, then probably we are putting resilience in there. But it is in verity something that all of us as educators and practitioners in higher education will have to do. And I think it is something that we can poll the industry on. What can we do to provide for you the worker that you want, especially as we were dealing with hospitality industry? We could ask the hotel owners, ask the cruise managers, ask those persons what they want, and then we have to know, do the classic things, work from that end to come back to it. But as I said, as some sort of response, probably working into our teaching assessment that it is formative rather than just summative, and having our students work through those to provide solutions for themselves. And then they probably will learn not to give up and to have tasks that are not necessarily planned and tasks that they'll have to think through. But it's something we have to really sit and think through. But we're finding that half of the workforce gave up. And the demand is for flexibility, and we learned it on the business end. Some of us went fully online immediately because we didn't have a choice. So we have to learn how to fly and glide and slide. I don't know. We have to go find out together.
All right, thanks so much for that. Your example actually brought to mind the idea of them being frustrated and working through that frustration. I appreciate that response. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to Dr. Johnson for your response. Any other questions for any of our presenters? All right, so we are way out of time. So this has really taken us to the end of our presentations for this afternoon. And so on behalf of Excelsior Community College and our research department, I want to express our thanks to all of our presenters this afternoon. Very, very excellent presentations. And we thank you so much. We want to also express our thanks to our audience for staying with us. I know that it has been a very long day. Some of you have been here since the start at 9 o'clock this morning. And so I thank you for staying with us. I hope that these presentations have really whet your appetite for research. And I want to encourage you to get involved in research if you have not already done so. After all, it is through research that we are able to identify challenges and to find solutions. And so I really, really want to wish you all the success in your research endeavors. All right, we're having an evening component for our evening students. And so you're welcome to join us if you're not too tired. Or if you know of someone who was not able to be in the sessions for today, then they could join us for this afternoon. All right, you can share the link with them so that they know how to get into the sessions. Again, I want to thank you all and have a safe and pleasant evening, everyone.